Yo, testing 1 2. What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to another stream here on the Pokerstaples channel. Thanks so much for joining me on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Very excited to play some cards today because it's a big day on the online felt. This is probably my 15th opening day of May poker, 14th maybe, 14th. Always my favorite time of year to play cards. My favorite period of year for like the poker series that go on. It's just a special time, Those of you that have played a lot of online poker understand kind of what this week is about. You know what I mean? What these weeks are about, what this month is about. So I'm very excited to take part once again. We'll be focusing my attention on party poker. And today, like right now, we're about to hop into a bunch of tournaments. I got the lobbies up on the side. It's just a wicked loadout, right? You could tell it's May. It's like, it's definitely different than other periods of the year because I got like 320s, 162s, 215s, 109s, 109 satellites. We got a bunch of stuff going on, basically. It feels different, man. And we got the 5:30 main event, Millions Online Mystery Bounty main event, which is in, I think it starts in 20 minutes from now, I'm pretty sure. That'll be really long, late registration, tons of time to be able to play that one. So we're early days in that. But yeah, exciting. There's a 215 Mystery Bounty Pot Limit Omaha where day 2 is at the end of the series. That has a long, late reg, but we're going to play that one as well, which I think should be pretty fun as like a side piece tournament to play alongside our No Limit Hold'em. The 162 2-day, I'm hoping I can get through tonight so I don't have to wake up in the morning and play, and then we can just hop in for our day 2 tomorrow. Mystery Bounties, we got a couple minutes left to register the 5 and the 320 Mystery Bounty, so that's kind of what's up, man. I just hopped in this table. I got to frame it up on table 1. So there we go. This is a 109 satellite into the 5:30 main event, which we're going to be playing either way, but it is 5 seats guaranteed with 33 minutes left in reg. Next up, though, I'm going to reg. There's a 55 Mystery Bounty and a 320 Mystery Bounty. We're going to put those on tables 4 and 5. And we're kind of running out of registration time. So let me just get that sorted. Mystery Bounty, we put in the gold. Felt, beautiful. And let's get the 320 as well. And in the gold here too. All right. So we're in those mystery bounties last second in the satellites. I think we just ripped the 10s probably. What's up, PGD? PGD and B-Car in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good luck to both of you if you're playing poker today. I assume you are, both of you. I know Rebecca is, but I assume you're playing as well, PGD. Exciting day, brother. Hold there. Let me make sure Facebook is started. Should be started in a second. Okay, so that's a nice starting 3. Let's get some of our side bays, though, as well. So I'm going to get that Pot Limit Omaha going, which should be fun. I'll put that on table 2. And this is a Mystery Bounty. So we'll put it in gold, but we don't start the mystery bounties on this one until day 2, I believe. So yeah. But in action there. Let's open up the cover. All right, $200. So we flop middle set of 10s. That's cool. But we're out of position like super deep, so this hand is not over, you could say. This hand is not over. And this is a board where there's just like a gazillion draws, right? There's all the draws in the world. And we take it out. All the straight draws like Queen Jack, 9-8, hearts, diamonds, I think was the other suit. Yeah, there's everything. All right, so here is the 109 Millions Online Sunday party. 100K guaranteed, 2-day event. Day 2 is tomorrow. If you make the final 16, basically. So that's what's going on there. And then we're missing one tournament, which is the 162. We'll double barrel and check the river probably. I think it's fine here. Which will take us up to a beautiful 6 tables. 10 on the end. Now we could turn our aces into a bluff here, right? Because we probably are not going to win with just one pair of aces. But then we would need them to fold like some jack eights and stuff, which I just don't think we can do. So we'll check. Bottom set's definitely not going to fold. And that's that, you know? That's that, chat. But we do have all 6 tables going. Oh, Facebook is struggling to connect. All right, we'll fix that. Calling the satellite, I guess. He's king against 2s. Not ideal. That's not ideal. We need a 10. 4 outs, 8%. Not today. We'll re-enter, though. Let me add my buy-ins as well. Plus 320, plus 215, plus 109, plus 55, plus 162. All right. To 1,000 in buy-ins already, which is where you can sort of tell the difference already. Hey, Man of Straw on YouTube. What's up, brother? Good to see you in the house. Thanks for checking in. See if I can connect Facebook now. Queen deuce a fold. We're going to check here. The man with the plan, and the plan contains eggs. It's true, brother. It's true. I've been eating them eggs, man. It's been nice. I've had them twice for breakfast. Big week. Yeah, I streamed on Friday, and I told you guys about that, I think, yeah. But it's been nice, man. It's been really nice. And I got a few minutes outside today as well, which was such a great feeling because it is, it's like 16, 17 degrees outside or something. But we sort of have a guardian that concentrates the sun a bit, bounces off some buildings. And so it feels a lot warmer in our garden than the temperature would dictate. And so, yeah, like got to sit outside for 30 minutes before the stream today. And it's just like lifting the vibes, I'd say. Hey, 53-month restrub coming in from Gray Street. Wahoo, eggs. What's next? Yeah, let's go, brother. So, I see my nutritionist on Wednesday, and I think I'm going to try cucumber, which is something that I haven't been having. So I think cucumber is something I'm going to try with her. And next in a hospital setting, I think it's probably going to be sesame. I have to decide. Probably sesame, I would say. Like sesame oil, sesame seeds kind of stuff. Because it's in quite a lot of cooking, and so that would be a big sort of thing to free up for myself, I would say. We have the nuts. 4 ways. Let's go, baby. Let's go. 6 tables is a lot. All right. Trying to go live on Facebook. Trying to get everything sorted. Thank you, Gray Street. I appreciate you, brother. And we win there. Just over starting stack with the queens. We're chilling. And a block bet on the end. And we just call. And we beat Jack Deuce. Okay. Didn't get a lot of value from our queens there, to be honest. Did not get much. Fun PLO, yeah. There's some good PLO stuff today, I think. I've already got 6 tables. Like, there's no shortage of tables to play today, basically. So I got to choose what's best at any given time is kind of how I'm thinking about this. In the satellite, we get a lead on the all spade board, which might be a sick exploit because it's a lead for a third, but fine. Okay, cool. Do we ever lead here? Probably not in the small blind. In the big blind, yes, but in the small blind, probably not. And check raise is just best in a vacuum. As a strategy, it's not very good, but in this scenario, it's pretty good. That is a real bad turn. Very bad turn. It's a check. And a very bad river, because now we lose to, like, if they have pocket 9s or 10s or jacks, they beat us now. We're counterfeit. But we win against probably like ace-7 or ace-6 or something like that. Maybe ace-5. Jack-6 suited. Okay. That's a wide call on the button. Worth sort of keeping that in mind, I would say. Mano Straw with some good messages. Just give me 1 second as I clear up some of these hands, and then I'll get to what you're chatting about on YouTube. All right, nice. And we can finally go live on Facebook as it's working finally. Let's go. Holy action, dude. Really feel like, well, I am in basically 6 hands right now. One of them's a fold, but they check raise turn. I mean, call with the flush and expect this to be the naked ace of hearts often when they go for a double check instead of a bet. It's probably just the ace of hearts, but let's see. No, it is the flush. But we should definitely call with our flush of like third nut. You know, it's nuts or air, but we block the sort of nuts that we are worried about, you know, with having 2 hearts in our hand. So, holy action, dude. Why is there so much action, man? Why is there so much action? Man of Straw. Said it before, Jamie, you're my favorite streamer. Thanks, man. Thank you. I'm glad you like watching. Block on the end, but I think just fold is okay. We call the 3-bet with 10-9 suited and big swing and a miss there. 7, 7, 8, 9. Raise is good to start. I was talking to Drew a while ago. He told me he visited you in Canada and went to a hockey game. It's true, man. It's true, yeah. We got to go to the Montreal Canadiens, which was pretty fun. A bunch of us. A bunch of the ACR guys were in town. I think doing something with Playground Poker, or I don't know if it was with ACR or not with ACR. I don't know what the deal was, but they were in town, so it was Gripst and Payday and Bet on Drew and John Party and Matty Forsyth and Grip's partner. And I think that was the gang. And Rebecca and I. So it was good fun. I don't know, peel at least one. This is not a good turn. Because now if they have those big pairs that 3-bet pre, they counterfeit our 2-pair outs, right? So we're just kind of drawing to a straight on a paired board. Not really a good idea. We outie. We outie, baby. I was live watching an old video yesterday, maybe. PSR, what's up, brother? Oh, it's been a while, PSR. How are you, good? How are you, dude? How are you, dude? Good to see you, man. Let's open up Ace Jack here. 1260, I think is good. If you're looking to boost your protein intake, beans are good in moderation, for sure. Yeah, I can have some beans. Well, eggs are protein as well. Peanut butter, too. Yeah, that's one of those things. I haven't had any nuts for several years, so that's one of those things that I'll need to try out at the hospital in due time, you know? Eggs is such a huge win. It's like eggs is in a lot of stuff. So yeah, really excited to have eggs on the go. I was wondering why the home game was live on a Sunday. Well, welcome to the real live version, brother. All right, let's go. Breaking, the legendary Gambledore has confirmed his return to Triton, Montenegro this month. No way. Good luck to Gambledore. I hope he prints, dude. Sounds like it's all different kinds of triggers. I thought it was just a texture thing. Yeah, it's not a texture thing at all, actually. It's not related to texture in the slightest. The thing with ARFID is it is really an umbrella term for like avoiding foods, right? And so the reason why you avoid foods for some people is a texture thing. The thing that it is for me, and there's been some research on this recently actually, is it's under a category of sort of hypervigilance, right? So it's just like food ends up being sort of like dangerous to your body. It's not actually dangerous, but it's dangerous to your brain and to your sort of like the systems that react, fight or flight systems essentially. And so new foods that are sort of outside the sphere of like what is considered food that you don't have to worry about, right? Triggers sort of this like fight or flight, hypervigilance, like every feeling in your body is heightened by like 10x, you know? And so it's really just like a panicky sort of situation. So yeah, like during the worst of my eating disorder, there was, you know, like 6 ingredients probably that I would eat. And then things that weren't those 6 ingredients, I wouldn't eat, you know, because it wasn't worth it, right? It was not worth it to try. And I still feel this way, you know, like I don't blame myself for how I felt back then, because it's not worth going through that where you're having sort of like a traumatic and really difficult experience to, you know, to eat an apple, right? It's just like, well, I'll just eat this instead and not deal with that, you know, and get enough nutrients to go through my day, right? It's really like a lot of work and effort to try new things, you know? And the body's relearning, you know? It's like better with dealing with sort of being uncomfortable around trying new foods and having uncomfortable sort of physical feelings and being able to sort of like process them and have them more, I guess, like in proportion to what is like typical of humans. But there's still, you know, a bunch of foods that are just like outsider foods, right? You know, they're foods I just haven't eaten in several years, and some of them are really difficult hurdles to get over. And so having them in like a hospital setting where they hook you up to an IV, they have sort of all the allergy medications ready, and they can sort of check your vitals as they expose you to more and more of the stuff, makes that difficult process a lot easier, you know? So that's kind of like, that's why the hospital, you know? But it's tough too, because, you know, the hospital is not used to, like my sort of case is abnormal. It's not a common sort of thing that I'm experiencing, right? Like it's a very sort of one extreme eating disorder, but then abnormal eating disorder as well. You know, like anorexia or bulimia is much more common and more straightforward in terms of how you go through fixing it. So the hospital and the allergy department is used to like, you know, dealing with people that are like cancer patients that need to go on medication and they need to see if the body reacts to them. Or like people that take a skin prick test and then they try them out with like peanuts, but there's no sort of like mental aspect to it. It's just like people sit in the chair, and when their body starts to react, they're like, oh, look at that, you know? Like there's no sort of second guessing. So there is the sense that like I fought really hard to get into the hospital to like make this happen, and I still feel like a lot of the doctors don't really know what the point is of what we're doing or like why I'm there, right? But it makes a huge difference to me, you know, like massively increases my quality of life and improves my health by being able to have a variety of foods. And yeah, so, you know, on that grind, brother. We're on a quick break here, by the way. I'm not going to take it. I'm just going to sit here and chill. On a level of very cautious player versus loose, 1 being cautious, 10 being loose, where does your style fall? I would say that I am a 3 or a 4 typically, brick and mortar. Your style should be dictated by the situation that's around you, right? So it shouldn't be like your like, here's who I am as a poker player, and like I'm not adaptable, like that's just how I play. I think that's a bad way to play poker, you know, because some tables you have the ability to like be really aggressive. In some situations you have the ability to be really aggressive, and then some you need to be patient. My feeling is that in big, long structured tournaments like this, generally just being pretty straightforward is a good idea. You might be able to squeeze a couple percentages of equity out by being much more aggressive. And that's fine. You can do that, but it's also really tiring, and they're really long days, and people do just punt big chip stacks and deep structures. So live, definitely like straightforward is my default, and online as well. It's just like, you know, just play really solid fundamental poker is usually like pretty good, you know? It might not be like the number 1 player in the field, but it's winning poker, or it's finding success, you know, etc. Where that changes is when you're down to the big money and it's the nitty gritty and you're in action. It's like, yeah, when you're coming to the final table, 5 of 9, being straightforward is generally a good idea. But when you're like 3-handed and you're battling it out, like being very aggressive is a good idea, you know, for the win. When you're a chip leader with 9 left, you know, putting your foot down, I think is a good idea. So it depends. But on the whole, I take a very like long-term view of poker. So yeah. Steve Rogers, congrats to Leeds going up, dude. If there's one football team outside of Tottenham that I hope does well, it's generally Leeds. Just because of Rebecca's sort of family ties to the club. So I'm excited to see that, man. I hope they do well next year, except against us in Tottenham. So yeah. Yo, what's up, Jim Ladd? How are you, brother? Jim Ladd 999 in the building. Good to see you in the house. Evening from Birmingham, UK, says James. Won't mention Spursy or Chelsea today. Eh? Listen, European Final, James, is what it is. Get to know it. Good to see you in the house on Facebook, man. All right, we're back in action on the ball. So, just to recap the tables, we have a satellite here, 5 seats guaranteed to the 530. We have the 215 pot limit Omaha mystery bounty day 1A. Day 2 is in like 3 weeks from now, so long sort of runway on day 2. But we have half starting stack. 109 Sunday party, we've chipped up a little bit. This is half stack, by the way, in the PLO. We've chipped up in the Sunday party. Chipped down in the 320 mystery bounty from 50K to 35K, not ideal. But in the 55 version, we've chipped up to 129. Oh, you actually start with 100K here, so we've chipped down 2/3 of our stack, which sucks. Chipped up here. And then we've chipped up a little bit in the 162 opener. So that's what's up. I'm playing 6 tables right now. There's plenty of other options, including, of course, the main event, which is starting now. But there's a lot of late registration. The mystery bounty part of the main event doesn't start on day 1. It starts on day 2. Right? So there's no sort of like pressure to get in right away. I think it's just kind of like... have some patience, and yeah. So we will be playing the 5:30 main event, just, you know, when the situation presents itself. Hello, buddy. Good luck in the grind. Thank you, Chris Mosier. What's going on, man, on Facebook? Good to see you. We flopped 3 pair here, technically. 4-5 is a straight. We have 1 blocking card, but we should feel pretty good about our hand right now. Some good turns, some bad turns, right? Hearts would really kind of kill us or put us in a bad spot. 8's not a good card. 4 is not a good card. You know? Call here again. That is a bad card. 8, 9 straight gets there and hearts get there. Do we want to try and bluff the straight? I think so. I think we turn our 7-6 into a bluff here and try and bluff 4-5. Let's see if it works. Oh, also has hearts. All right, we're going to re-enter there. Another 215 going in. What are your thoughts on Big Ange now after today's pathetic result? I couldn't care less about today's result. I have zero care about today's result against Crystal Palace. I think it is an exhibition of players trying to get in good form for Thursday or for Europa Final. Is that this Thursday or next Thursday? I don't know. Either way, I don't think today's game, I didn't even wake up for it, dude. That's how I've watched every other Tottenham match this year. It's the only one I've missed. It's so not important. It's really not. So if Ange wins the Europa Final, in. If he doesn't win the Europa Final, if it was me personally, I would still give him more time to build something, but I don't think the club will stand it. I don't think the fan base will be able to deal with it. People are so short-term results oriented in football. There's no sort of long arcing sort of building ability. So I think he's out. If he wins, he gets a season for sure, and he's delivered us our first trophy in a very long time. If he loses, time for a new project. I think that's what's going to happen. But yeah, I couldn't care less about today's game, to be honest. Oh, no. What? Oh, so lame. Open call here with the ace-10 against ace-queen. That's brutal. 3. Well, I wish there was some good news, but we're just getting bad news after bad news here. Good news is that's a 55, so... Let me just take a look at the lobby here to see what we got going on. Probably the 5:30 main event, I would think, right? Just because it's big and it's vibes, you know? So let's put the 5:30 in. Although we do have the satellite to the main, which we kind of want to use this ticket if we get through. So maybe we should wait on that. Mini main event. Yeah, great. Oh, there is 3 hours late reg in the 55. We maybe don't want to do that yet. 6 max PLO PKO. All right. Ooh, that's a 5K, dude. With 2.5 hours late reg. I'm just trying to find the best option, and I'm not finding it yet. Looking forward to the relegation battle between Leeds, Spurs, and Man U next year. Not happening, brother. Not happening. No shot. Spurs are top half of the table next year, for sure. I also don't think Leeds gets relegated, but that would be a dumb bet. But I guess I'm just hopeful. All right, we'll get the 55 mini main. Mystery bounty again, so we're going to put it in gold, as a lot of our tables are gold here. But it'd be good to get our day 2 locked up early days, early doors, you know what I'm saying? You get 30K. Hey, Jim Lad. That's my evening sorted. Watching you, Jamie. Thank you, brother. Let's get it. Let's have a good session, man. Why not us? Why not us tonight? Kings is beautiful. Six big blinds. Which position you start jamming King 10 off? Depends on the other stack and the payout, other stacks and payout structure. This is kind of an interesting one because registration ends in 9 minutes and there's 5 seats guaranteed. But we're gonna have a burst of people register at the last minute. But yeah, this is really about survival. So it's gonna be different in a satellite than it is in a freeze out tournament. You know. So we're gonna start with check call in the mini main because we have an overpair of kings, but this is a really, like, the likelihood someone has two pair or straight or something like that is, you know, reasonably high. So we kind of want to control the size of the pot here. We take Europa League this season, relegation under Ange next season, because that is a real prospect. I don't think we're getting relegated next season. I think that's far too pessimistic. Far too pessimistic. I think we've got a really good squad, dude. I think... And if you look at our points, like, yeah, our league form has been poor, but a lot of injury problems, a lot of close games. We had a lot of production. There's a lot of new players as well. It's a completely different squad than it was like 5-6 years ago. There's like only one player on the pitch that actually even played 5 years ago, Son. So it's a new project. I think that's far too pessimistic. I think we are a good team. I'm gonna fold here again. We're 4 ways. Like kings is just not very good. This spot. Full jack 9 suited, sadly. But no, I don't think so. I think staying in the Prem would probably be more important than winning the Europa League title. But I think we can do both. But if I had to choose, in your hypothetical, I would stay in the Prem. This game was like an absolute nothing burger. So the fact that people are reacting to it is bizarre to me. It's like there was 0 at stake. There was 0 at stake. It was like absolutely nothing to play for whatsoever. And not even like pride on the line like there typically is, because it was so clear that everything should be done to optimize for preparation for Europa final, that like if losing gave us a 2% better chance in the final, then we should lose, you know? Like, I don't know. Ace 4 queen 8 here. No, Sergio, no. Hey, Barry, let's go. Up to 10,000. 6 minutes left in reg, but we are going to get that burst right at the last second, I think, of entrance in the satellite. But hopefully we can win a 530 ticket and then just get right in there. Would be good. Good luck, Jamie. Thank you, George Steins. Fold there in the PLO. Jacks. Beautiful. Okay. It's a chance to chip up nicely. Now, if there wasn't going to be a bunch of people that registered right at the end, we wouldn't even need to play jacks, honestly. Or like call off against a jam. But there will be. So even though we're down to 6 and 5 get a seat, we're probably going to be down to 18 and 5 get a seat. You know what I mean? We're down to like 12 or 13. The late registers are going to miss more of these spots today because of the amount of online poker going on. There's a lot, right? So, but we're all in against Sergio. It's King 4. Please hold would be so good. We got to dodge that 31%, make it 16, make it 6.8. Let's go, baby. 21,000, and now we're looking good, chat. More sports should have relegation in the USA. Dude, any sport should have relegation in the USA. Relegation is such a crucial aspect of a quality sporting experience. It makes all the difference. I'm so passionate that North American sports are just far too corporate compared to football. Like, promotion, relegation, club competitions, interleague, and international competitions that everyone gets behind. It's just like, it's a total field day if you are a football fan. There's so much interesting going on every single year. And in North American sports, it just sucks, dude. It really, really sucks that no one can be relegated. There's no punishment for being bottom of the league. And often there's rewards for being bottom of the league by getting better players. So like dominant markets, like for example in hockey, the Montreal Canadiens, Toronto and Montreal, the two biggest NHL sports franchises, period. The place that most people would want to play as hockey players, period. But what happens? Well, there's a salary cap, so the teams can only spend the same amount as the other teams in like markets that don't care at all, right? So both cities that have these like huge hockey cultures have absolutely like no ability to build off of this success. I mean, they could build off it financially by selling merchandise, but it doesn't translate to the team, right? The players that want to play here can't play here because, one, if they are paid in Canada, they have to pay more tax than in the US. So effectively, it's like you can earn about $1 million less in Canada than you can on US and hockey teams, which directly is a reason why the US is dominant in terms of Stanley Cup finals, because players get paid a lot more in the US, even though the salary cap is the same because of taxation. So that's stupid, right? That's super stupid. And then also, like, all the profit is just going to franchise owners as opposed to players. And the thing is like, oh, sustainability of the league or whatever. It's just like, yo, this is not like an entertainment product, right? Like this should not be about financial sustainability for the owners of these clubs. That should be the secondary aspect. It should be about the sport and the owners optimize for the sport, right? Like, it's just so annoying how Toronto and Montreal and even like Vancouver and Calgary and Edmonton, these like huge teams with massive legacies, have to go through like 6-7 year rebuilds and can't draw the best players because they don't want to be paid less than they would be paid in LA, where they get to live in the sun all year, they get to be anonymous on the streets, and they get paid an extra $1.5 million because of taxation. It's like, it's just so trash, dude. It's so trash. Dominant franchises should get to be dominant. They should get to be dominant, dude. It's sports. You know what's crazy to me? Like, clearly you can see I'm a sport libertarian, right? Like, sports, free market, run wild. What's crazy to me is that there's a significant contingent of people that are sports socialists but real world libertarians. And it's like, what do you mean, dude? What's more important? Food on the table or whether a team sucks? Dude, You got to be a sports libertarian and let the crushers crush. It's sports, dude. Let the winners win. No redistribution of the wealth in sports, or very little. When it comes to the real world, yeah, this is no longer a game. Like, let's get people some food on their table if they're struggling. Okay? Like, I just don't understand how you can be flipped on that. I just don't get it. It's like, it blows my mind. But anyways, you've got me going now, brother. Il fait beau dans la belle Provence. Salut Shaheen, ça va? Je suis très bien aujourd'hui. Je suis préparé pour le jouer au poker. Bonne chance, mon ami, as we bust the 109 and re-enter with the second nut flush. Could we maybe get something good going? That'd be nice. With the Jack 9. Nice if we could get something nice going. I mean, we do have a good spot in the satellite. Registration closed. Let's go. We're 4 of 6 and 5 get a seat. So we just need 2 bust outs. Or, oh no, we're 5 of 11. There it is. Now it updated. Okay. So there's 11 left and 5 get a seat. There it is. And it overlaid $200. Jam call, not worth it with ace 10. Just not. Even though we're likely ahead of this one, in a 3-way all-in, we don't want to risk our seat in that spot, so. Anyways. Yo, thank you, Danny Brewster. I'm glad you like the stream, man. To be more popular as a streamer, you need to stream more hours than I am at the moment. I used to stream a lot more hours than I do, but you got to balance with life, you know what I mean? And then also the poker site. Like, not as many people can play on PartyPoker as other poker sites. So it's a bit more of a boutique experience, right? Like what we do is really solid. Our game integrity is solid. Our promotions is good. Our community is good, etc. But it has less appeal than for example, GG Poker operates in Romania, for example, right? No Romanians are going to be watching me today because they'd rather watch the site where they can actually play. Or in India, right? Like no Indians will be watching me today for the same reason. So that's okay. It's all right. Whoever's here is here, and that's fine. I used to really sweat like trying to be the biggest stream and have the biggest numbers and stuff, and it's important because it does impact like my living. But at the same time, it's just kind of like, well, but I am just a person, and I have to like have a good life outside of streaming, and doing a good job for my partner in party poker is probably more important than like where my viewership number is in relation to my peers. So yeah, I'm not stressed about it anymore, but I used to be stressed about it. Ace Jack 9-5 with the nut suit, but I think just fold, honestly. Ace King, we're going to c-bet here. Pretty good spot. Toronto have hockey culture. They've not won the cup since '67. Didn't know that existed come May. Yeah, see, that's the thing, though. Toronto has a massive hockey culture, but they haven't won in forever. But they have a massive hockey culture. Massive. They have fans all around the world, but definitely all across Canada they have fans. Toronto Maple Leafs. I know several Leafs fans from my hometown in Alberta. It's like Toronto Maple Leafs is an iconic team, and they should be drawing the absolute best players every year, and they should be getting paid heaps and heaps of money, and yet they're not. They're not. They're struggling every single year against against the LA Kings, and no one in LA could care less about the LA Kings. I mean, some celebrities or whatever. The Carolina Hurricanes. No one cares in Carolina about ice hockey. Some people do. I'm being too harsh, of course. We have to flip here, which absolutely sucks. Oh, hold. Come on, let's go for a 530 ticket, baby. Come on. It's fine. Listen, I want the Carolina Hurricanes to exist. I'm just saying, like, Carolina should not be drawing the same quality of players as Toronto, right? It would just be like in the Prem if, Wolves were allowed to spend the same amount of money as Liverpool. And of course, like in the Prem, it is tied to your financial performance as a club, but it's not even tied to your financial performance in hockey, right? If it was, these markets would smash, right? Because like Montreal and Toronto have huge barns, huge ticket prices, huge merchandise sales. Like they would crush if it was tied, but not even that, right? It's just like a straight up cap. Oh, like the best players, yeah, you're capped. You can't earn more than that, and then you have to pay taxes in that country as well. It's so disappointing, dude. It's such a hamstring on the game in favor of like sustainability of ownership. And I couldn't care less about sustainability of ownership, dude. Like if the game has to be financially smaller for the actual game of hockey to thrive, then let it be financially smaller. Who gives a shit? I mean, the 30 people that own teams, but fuck them though. You know what I mean? Because there are no sports if only 4 teams are good. That's completely incorrect. Look at football, right? Like you have sold out stands for League 3 or Bundesliga 3 or Serie B or League 2. You have games that are hugely important on rivalries. Look at American football, college football in the South. Like those teams are trash, right? Like they suck compared to the NFL. Or even the CFL, right? Like they're not very good at football because they're kids, but it's hugely important. You know, high school football in Texas, massive. There absolutely is sports, even if only the top 4 teams are good. You can look at Scottish football. It's a great example. You have dominant teams in Scottish football. Sports still exists. You can look at Bundesliga, right? Like most of the German football league is not contending for a title and has very little chance to contend for a title year after year after year, compared to like Bayern Munich or Leipzig or Dortmund or what have you. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it thrives, right? It thrives. But you're just like the problem is to make a non-financial argument in North America is just not going to succeed, right? It's like just too, it's just too optimized for the performance of the financial ability of owning clubs. So it's not going to happen because of our culture here. I'm just saying that culture sucks. Like it's directly less interesting, and it produces lower quality sports. It's like Disneyland, dude. It's a Disneyfication of what sports is, right? It's like, guys, sports are not important. Let's compete for real, you know? like let's, if there's ever an opportunity for the market to be the market to be the market, it's in sports. Because no one is dying, right? Anyways, in the satellite, we're 3 of 7, 5 get a seat. Patience is a virtue. Chip down a little bit from 100,000 here to 763. In the 109 Sunday Party, we're at starting stack here on our re-entry. We've chipped up a tiny bit in this 162. In the 55 mini main event, we're at starting stack, and then we're on 1.5 stacks in 320, but on our second bullet, unfortunately. Overall, though, stacks are fine, and the satellite is like the main bay right now, right? Top 5 get into the 530 for $109. I've put 5 entries into these satellites on Friday and Sunday. So this would be basically a break-even point for the satellite for me. And sometimes it just be like that. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, we're going to 3-bet aces, though. You can't just have a team of all-stars, bro. Bro, like, you've got to look at other sports by saying that, man, because that's exactly how it works in European sports and it works better. People care more. It's more interesting. You absolutely can just have teams of superstars. Look at Barcelona. Until they spend themselves to brokenness. And then they have to rebuild. It happens all the time, dude. Look at the dominant clubs in the Premier League. Like, it's all superstars. Newcastle are the richest club in the Prem. They have something like 95% of the wealth in the league, but because their revenue is less, they're not allowed to spend it. Yeah. Which, fine. Like, let's start with that, dude. We could literally, if North American sports could start with their profitability being tied to how much they're allowed to spend, that would be such an improvement. Such an improvement. It's still too much for me in terms of like preventing dominant teams from being dominant, but it's still a major improvement for whatever it is we do here. It's crazy. Overseas football does not count. That's a lifestyle. Zod. You're absolutely lost, dude. There's nothing about overseas football that makes it different than hockey in Canada. Hockey in Canada is a lifestyle. And yet a Canadian team has not won the cup in 15 years because we draw a lower quality of player because they get paid less because of taxation in their country. It's just like straight up, dude. It's just straight. It's straight, directly comparable. American football is a religion south of about, the bottom half of the United States, excluding like lower Florida, right? It's a huge culture. American football in Texas is like the same as football in the UK in terms of how much people give a shit. It's similar. The whole towns show up for, you're clearly American. I don't have to tell you this. You understand what I'm saying. It's the same thing, dude. The culture is in some ways forested by the systems that are put in place to allow the sport to prosper. And the systems benefit about 30 people right now, the owners of these clubs. It sucks. It totally sucks. God, that's such a big bet, dude. Why are you betting so big, man? A couple interesting spots here. How you doing, Staples? When are you going to Europe pretty soon, huh? Yes, the next stage of the Party Poker Tour. I will be there in Manchester, which is mid-June. So, be back in Europe pretty soon. Really excited about it. I think I'm going to get a couple days of vacation after the tour as well, somewhere else in Europe. So, excited about it, man. Really pumped. Party Poker Tour version 1 in London was so fun, so I'm excited to continue the... continue the travel to play, it's a good time. Worst NFL team will absolutely demolish the best college team. Yeah. I don't know how promotion relegation works in the US because you have to tear down what's already started, right? So I don't have a road to making this reality. I just know it is much, much better for most parties involved in the sport. It's better for players. It's better for fans. It's better for cities. It's better for the health of the sport. It's worse for franchise owners. Parity is what makes sports good. No. Parity absolutely destroys sports. Artificially inflating teams so that you can have games that are really close when in reality they're only close because you've artificially inflated defeats the purpose of trying in the first place. It defeats the purpose of trying to build something over long periods of time as a squad because you're just going to get demolished by this redistribution of other teams for them getting the best players, right? Like it just... Bayern Munich in Germany deserves to have crushed for the last decade. There would be no Bayern Munich if it worked the way that you're saying. Man City and Liverpool deserve to have crushed in the Prem over their last several years. It just wouldn't happen if it was the way that you're saying. It just, I don't know. I feel like I have context, dude. Like, your opinion is worth the same as mine, of course, but like, I do have context of being integrated in both sporting systems and having experience being around fans and going to games and clubs in both setups, and it's just so much better. It's so much better. It's not even close. It really isn't close. That's what I mean. It's not close. Six five suited, we take it down. Ace three on the button is pretty good. How do you measure profitability for a small market team? ROI percentage or total money? I think it's total money. And then you get shares of TV revenue, of course, which is like, if you make big games, then you get big shares. Five of seven here still. We're going to make a fold with ace four. You could jam steal this, but I think stay patient is fine. But high school football in Texas is competitive. It's not three schools that are only good. Competitive against each other, but not competitive against the top leagues, right? Against the top teams in the country of football players. So they play against each other, which is exactly what happens in promotion and relegation, and is that, like, 3 leagues down, you have 3 leagues down teams playing against 3 leagues down teams. But, like, that is people's football team. It's not like, oh, this is my football team in this league, but I really support these guys in the top league. It's like, no, this is my actual football team, you know? This is the one I care about. This is the one I watch. Like, I watch League 3 games because this is my team. And so, yeah, it's competitive in the same way that it's competitive in the other leagues too, right? In most of these leagues around the world, there is competitors that rally against them. And it would work the same in hockey. It wouldn't just be like the Habs and the Leafs dominating. There's other markets that would challenge because they have significant hockey fans, right? Or they have significant money to invest too, you know? Like some of the really rich owners in some of the really big markets like New York or LA or Miami or something like that would be able to spend a lot of money on players even though the fan base doesn't support it as much. And great. Good. We just shouldn't have been propping up Phoenix, Arizona, right? Like, they just don't have a hockey market, and the biggest part of their hockey market was like snowbirds from Canada, like that like lived in Phoenix for 4 months out of the year. It's just it's absurd, dude. It's absolutely absurd. Coldest logo as well, man. So sad. Satellite continues. The shortest stack is shoving all in. Daniel B. Have the final 2 stops at Party Poker Live been confirmed? Not announced, but I think I know where they are, but not announced yet. I was telling people at the tour that it's going to be north of the Channel and south of Glasgow. So, somewhere in that range, basically. Call for 11,000 here is fine. We flop the nut flush draw. And we have ace-king in the satellite. Beautiful. So let's shove it in. Hope for no call. But if we get a call, like, our hand's pretty good. So. Nice. 32,000 puts us in third place, but really, like, the 5 of us are tied, yeah, basically. Here we have the nut flush draw. Just call. Pick up a gutter to go along with that. Whoa, overbets. Checked around on the turn. River's a 3. Do we want to bluff? Probably. I don't think I want to jam 8-9 here. Could definitely get called by the shorter stack. I'll stay patient. You know, in theory, you would jam here, but that assumes people call correctly, which they don't. So, and let's bluff and rep that we've got something good here. Brian Norris with some context on this is why NFL is the best version of it, because every player that gets drafted or selected to play on the team is 1% of 1% of 1%. College football is a completely different atmosphere. Blue blood programs with money will always be one step ahead of everyone else. There's only 10 programs that can compete with the nil landscape. Crazy thing about it is we have teams that have a lot of money that haven't made that leap yet, but they will in the future. Texas A&M, in fact, most Texas teams have oil money and alumni willing to spend. Only a handful of other teams can say that. We have a jam here with King Queen again. Demi Schmidt could definitely call, but like King Queen's pretty good. 4 of 7. We do need to pick up chips as well. I think it's a jam here. Hope we don't get called. Oh, come on, man. Ace Jack in the big blind on 4 blinds, dude. All right, we're still fine, but we're now one of the shorter ones. Tied with everyone, basically. Dang it, dude. Oh, it totally sucks. Now, do we jam Queen 10? We're 7 blinds. Probably not quite, but close. We are going to jam the aces, though. College football will always be unfair. Location money boosters directly contribute to the amount of talent you have, and NFL is predicated on how bad you are. College is predicated on how money now. So, yeah, we just disagree on what unfair means, right? Which is like, if you build capital and if you build financial success and you build a market of fans that want to support and a team environment that makes it one of the places people want to play, then being able to utilize that, what you've built in the club, to me is fair. Not being able to use that because of like financial rules is unfair. In sports, right? I don't mean that in life, but in sports it's a game. And so allow people success at the game is a good thing. But so I see what you're saying, but I disagree with what the fairness part of it is. Anyways, we're going to check here with King 10. Karen limps and calls a lot of jams, which is kind of a problem for us because we don't want to deal with that. And now we're in a really dumb spot, actually. Because we flop second pair, but we have a limp in the hijacked. I think we're just going to fold. We didn't put in any money, right? We were just in the big blind, took it free. I think we'd rather keep our 15,000 than have this go down to 12,000. You know what I mean? Hopefully Jean-Michel folds here, but they jam. And I think we should fold ace-5 and keep our fold equity here. Oh, so annoying that they had ace-jack there. You know what I'm saying? So annoying. We've got to fight back from the depths of despair with our 5 blinds. Here is step 1. And blinds just went up, so we have 3.5 blinds. We should still have fold equity here with king-jack. It really sucks if these two opponents shove because we can't do anything about it. But this is a slam dunk shove spot. First of all, we probably have the best hand. Second of all, if we get called, we have decent equity. But hopefully they just fold and we pick it up to 23K. That's our preference, for sure. Karen calls with ace-8. Karen, why? Hold. Hold. No, dude. Why? Why? Round and 7th. I don't know why we got called. I don't know. Oh, Karen put themselves at risk there with ace-8. All right. We have a table space now. What's it gonna be? let me look at the lobby. Oh, that's so unfortunate how that ended. So there's 5:30 main event, and then there's the 109 PLO 6 max knockout. Why don't we get the PLO 6 max going first? Just because it's right beside this other PLO table, so that'll make it kind of easy to play. Ace deuce is kind of close here to a rejam. I think I'm going to fold. Has Party ever had stops in Scotland or Wales before? Well, we have one in Glasgow in August, so I'm pretty excited. I don't know if we've ever had any in Wales. The thing about Wales, from talking with players, is that there's not very many venues where it could work, like big card rooms, essentially. So that seems like a problem with holding tournaments in Wales, but I'm a party poker guy, Rye Stannis, so when you ask, do you think Winamax is a good site to play poker on? My first thing is like, yo, come play with us at Party Poker, brother. Come on now. It's like, that's a competitor to us, man. Join us in the Party Poker streets. So I'll say that first. If you, for whatever reason, you can't play in Party Poker or you don't want to. I haven't played on Winamax before. I've heard good things about it. It seems like their team of professionals and the marketing they do and stuff like that is pretty cool. So I certainly have nothing against them, and I haven't heard any bad things about them, but so it's probably fine, but like, brother, come on, man. Come on, brother. Join us, man. With the Jack 9. I was going to buy my first painting online today. I see the website is called Temu, Chinese company. Got stuff off there before. Is poor quality. Apparently that's common. It's one of the worst sites to order from. No painting. Yeah, I think Temu is kind of like low cost, kind of like drive cost to the bottom, mass shipping kind of site. But, you know, I don't know. I've never ordered off Temu. I know I get lots of ads for Temu in the mobile games that I play in the morning and going to sleep. So there's that. What's that worth? Absolutely nothing, but there you are. Eights is going to be an all-in in this 320 mystery bounty. Pretty good hand. Pocket eights, you know? Against sixes, beautiful. Can we hold a hand, dude? We've gotten it in good. We've gotten it in ahead. Tough to do today, man. We hold 266,000. I feel good about that, man. Let's go. Eight, 7, 6, 5. We flop two pair, but it's a weak two pair. It's bottom two pair, and there's spade draws and straight draws out there. I'm still gonna c bet, but it can get dangerous. I'll tell you that, chat. Kamchatka. There it is. We got three pair, but spades and straights are beating us. So, you know, 9 outs, sort of clean. They could have bigger two pairs as well. I think just fold. Pretty bad turn. Here we are going into check call, and on the river we have aces and twos with a king kicker. Definitely call and chop it up against ace 7. How about pocket fives? Queen 7 deuce, small bets. I'm going to put in a check raise here. This sort of dry queen high board is one where you check raise often in the big blind. Yeah, we take it down. I think jam is my first impression here. Should be able to get my opponents to fold king, queen, and king, jack, which is a big win with king 10 suited. Yeah, I think it's just the right spot for a jam here. It's a pretty big jam, right? It's like 27 blinds effective, but let's get it. But you know, like not the end of the world. 41% against this hand, right? Like could be a lot worse. This flop is going to end the dream for us. So we lose a big one there. Well, probably not the best hand with two pair. It's possible, but 10 and any of these cards is a straight. And I don't think we won that, right? Set of fours. There you go. We have a pair of kings. And that's it, eh? Okay. Fine. Whatever you say, man. have to fold three ways. If it's heads up, we should definitely continue against either opponent, but three ways I think is a mistake there. Ace queen's pretty good though. Nice. We get a good flop as well. Queen 5 deuce. Small bet. And win. Jack 10 in the 55. We're going to call. Queen 6 deuce. Maybe we could check raise. Yeah, I think I'm going to. I wish I had a club in my hand, but again, it's that same board of queen low low. And check the turn. We picked up a bluff catcher now. So check call the turn and then decide on the river if we think they're bluffing enough or not. Goes check check. Too thin to value bet, just check call the river probably. I expect them to bet a queen on the turn most of the time. Maybe they would check like queen 5, queen 4, queen 3 probably. Not that that's a huge part of the range or anything. Queen 10 I would have expected a bet, but say levy, 910,000, okay. Quick 5-minute break. I'm going to play you a recent highlight that just came out on the Pokerstaples channel. And I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? So let me unmute it.
For the title, baby.
Watching Pokerstaples on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook.
Come on now, chap. 1, 2. No berry.
Call. I don't know, call, especially with the $50 bounty in play here with the open ender and the pair. We hit trips. That's what the doctor said anyways. Said after 2 days of antibiotics, you're no longer infectious, but massive inequality in the economic opportunity that's created from it, right? Like it just, there is no accountability or feeling of ownership of those problems in the US, right? It's like a problem to be dealt with, but they don't feel as if it's a problem that they own in any way. I'm going to slow play queens, give herself a chance of getting this bounty. Kind of sneaky little move here. See if it pays off for us. They check call. We're going to bet the turn here. So we'll stick it out in this tournament as look who moves to our table. Brother Matthew Ice, the legend. An all-in $50 bounty for 17 blinds. We would have called, but Roliero takes the opportunity from us, and we're out. Oh, wait. This bounty's in play. Oh, wow. That actually changes things. Because it means this range is wider, and it means this range is wider. This for $75 for 2 blinds. I think I want to gamble here for that reason. It just means everyone's range is wider here, which puts ace-queen more in a comfortable spot. Future game with bounties and stuff as well. I don't know. We're going to gamble. Good luck. Nice. All right, we win the side against these two, which is great. Haka survives, but we get a $50 bounty here. Roliero's bounty is going to be like next hand probably. So there we go. $100 in bounties. 137 bounty in play here. We have 4 high, unfortunately. Get a call. We'd love to see a flop for a blind here. But does Maddie want to open the door for Moscow Mule? Or does he let us see it for cheap? Oh, c'est incroyable. Oh la 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 la. Let's go. This is so sick. C'est pas possible? Is that a saying people would use? I don't know. Bet, call, call. Turns to 7. 44,000 in the middle. Bet get a call or a jam from Jazzer 9-9. Possibly could have a 4, but like not super likely. They do. Can we chop? No. Wow, that's really sick. We lose a massive pot with trip 4s for 137 bounty. Oh man, and we had some chop outs there too, right? Like any deuce, any 10, jack, queen, king, ace would have been a chop. We just needed to dodge the 9, 8, 6, 5, 3. So yeah, we kind of got pretty unlucky there. More of the variations of variety, and then also like, in which case, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Of colonialist pursuits. Oh, this sucks. This spot sucks, man. We have the jack of hearts too, which makes me want to call, right? Yeah, I think we should. Now here we're 3 off the money on the bubble. Soft bubble, I should say. We've got a shot here, and we're in the money now. So 231 cashed, plus 100 in bounties, 331. Okay. First thought is to call here. Great squeeze spot for all these players, but then Haka 3 bets, and now it's just an all-in for us. So good luck us. Double blacks all in, and Haka has got to decide whether they want to go for both bounties. I hope they do. Aces, queens for 290K. Come on, let's go. Let's go. That's a really big pot. That's going to put us in 4th place, I think, or 5th. And first place is 1,500 plus bounties, about 3,000. That would be a huge profit on the day. This is it. This is just gorgeous. I'm going to 3-bet against Haka. I think it's a good spot to do it. Even as a bluff. And we leave room for both opponents to 4-bet. Which could happen sometimes here, so. Oh, hell yeah. Aces against 9s. On the final table, bubble. Uh-oh. Come on, let's go. Hola, hola, hola. Bonjour, 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 ça va? Mon chat. My cat. My Twitch chat and YouTube chat and Facebook chat. Welcome back. Thanks for being here. Okay, let's mute the audio so I can get the music going in my ears again. But it's copyright, so you guys can't hear it. And let's win some tournaments. Let me give you a quick update before I dive back into the chat. We have this 109 PLO 6 max knockout. We have a 215 PLO mystery bounty, day 1A. We have the 109 Sunday party. We have the 320 8 max mystery bounty. We have the 55 mini main event mystery bounty, day 1A. And then the 162 opener, day 1 as well. So that's what's going on. Thank you all so much for being here. We flop like bad straight draws here, basically. I'm going to bet here on the turn with our top pair of 8s. I mean, this is the deepest run. 15 pay. Mystery bounty started 16, but we don't have a very good stack. So we've got to battle back here a bit in the 320. 3, 4, 5, 6. No 7. Big problems. Okay, let's see what I've got. I see a raging debate in the chat. Let me read what's going on here. Cal Wayne, first time chatter. You get bigger and bigger the more I see you. I'm worried. Jim Lad and PGD coming to my defense. Polite, that's why I use bigger, not fatter. So B-car is enabling early death. Jimmy has health issues, etc., so no one can be size 0, etc. Only way to get fat is to eat too much food and don't exercise or burn it. More than that, simple thermodynamics. Anything else is just cope. Jamie already said he's conscious about his weight, etc. I don't actually think that's true anymore for what it's worth. I certainly was for a long time, but I don't feel that way anymore. Sure, ban someone because you can't handle criticism and want to live in your liberal echo chamber. Remember when we used to shame gluttony and the world was healthier? Okay. All right. Hello. I would say welcome to the stream, but your attitude isn't really welcome, to be honest. But hello again. What is my weight? It is changing. It's constantly fluctuating, up and down, depending on, you know, sort of what's going on in my life. How do I feel about it? Definitely a lot different than I used to, for sure. Cal Wayne, and PGD and everyone watching, for sure, because, you know, we've been through a lot. I've been through a lot, and this channel has seen a lot of sort of different perspectives and takes and stages of my life when it comes to food and food intake and stuff like that. And so it's impossible for everyone to be on the same page, right? Because you guys aren't in my brain. So various people take various pieces of content in, and they're not all on the same page in terms of where I'm at. So for those of you that are here, here's like a bit of an update in terms of how I feel about it now. I do really value being healthy as a part of what I'd like my life to be, you know? The reason why has certainly changed quite a bit from where it used to be back in the day, right? Which is, you know, I think underlying why being healthy back in the day really had almost nothing to do with what it could do for me and everything to do with who I wanted to be as a person in the world, in society. You know what I mean? As we lose here, unfortunately, in the 109 Sunday party, we can re-enter. You know, and I think that's probably true of like a lot of people that sort of diet regularly or are trying to undergo changes to their physique. Usually it's like informed with they're unhappy with who they are, as opposed to they are unhappy with how their body performs or with what they're capable of doing and or their general health, you know? Usually it's the former, which is some sort of like social pressure. You know, of course, I'm a human being. I'm subject to those forces like anyone else, but I don't know. Like, those comments in the past would elicit a much different internal reaction than they do today. In that, today I just kind of think you're the one that doesn't really get it, you know? Whereas in the past, it would be like you're being an asshole and like, you know, everyone struggles or whatever and just doing my best, blah, blah, blah. Now it's kind of coming from a place of like, more like I kind of understand this more than you do, you know? And that's through like, you know, significant cost and time investment for myself, you know? Speaking to experts to kind of garner that expertise. But yeah, so the number one priority for me in terms of like trying to make changes in my health long term is dealing with my eating disorder. And all of it's connected, right? But my eating disorder really tore down how much I could eat to about 5 or 6 ingredients. We were talking about it earlier. It's called ARFID. At its worst, I was eating, you know, like I said, 5 or 6 things a day. It was beef and rice, chicken and potatoes, butter, taco chips, ketchup, salt. That was kind of at its worst. That was it. And that's all I ate for over a year. And now I can eat a lot of stuff, man. I can eat a lot of stuff. Last week I had eggs in a hospital setting, and so I had my first exposure to eggs in several years, maybe 3 years, 3.5 years perhaps. And I've had them for breakfast 3 times this week, which is pretty sweet for me. It's pretty exciting because eggs are delicious, by the way. I don't know if you guys knew that. So there's all sorts of fruits and vegetables that I can eat regularly, and all sorts of wheats and proteins, and I can have a pretty varied diet. Like, I could eat this way for the rest of my life and live a fairly content life and be fairly free. There's still a lot of work to do, though, in that there's a lot of food that I completely avoid still. And there's still some foods where I'll have episodes of like real intense sort of physiological experience when I eat, to where it's like my body is freaking the hell out. Like, what the hell is going on? Am I okay? So that's something I still deal with. But that's like priority number 1, is making progress there, What the scale says, like how much weight I physically am holding, is just not something that I am looking at currently. I don't find it currently important for what it is that I'm doing. And I guess the thing that informs that perspective is that, health is built of a bunch of different metrics, right? Your BMI, or your weight, or your muscle mass, or your cardiovascular health are some of those metrics, but mental health is also a metric, and not one you're able to measure by stepping on a mental health scale every morning. And so, there's been periods where I've gotten my BMI, or the number on the scale, down to a pretty low number that's going to correlate to like all of these different diseases later in life, like heart disease, or diabetes, or fat in your intestines, or your risk chances go up with some of these diseases, although it's not always clear if correlation equals causation. But it came at a cost to other aspects of my health, right? Those things that are not visible to measure, that you can't see, and it's difficult for even the holder of them to sort of see without an outside perspective, So health and wellness is a really complicated and complete picture of someone's experience on the earth. Because at the end of the day, it's like you're trying to optimize for your time here, Give yourself as much time as you can without giving up too much of your freedom or your happiness along the way, Sometimes it's worth it to smell the roses or eat a piece of bacon. That's another one that I haven't had any pork for several years, but within reason, you want to lengthen your life to some degree. But it's the whole picture, dude. It's the whole picture. And definitely for someone with an eating disorder, I would argue for everyone, but definitely someone with an eating disorder, the way to go about doing that is definitely not trying to exert more micro control over different variables, right? Like, that's what led me to the issues that I'm having in the first place, or was part of what has led me to the issues that I'm having in the first place, right? So it's not the way out of it, right? It is a way to deal with sort of your health, is like optimize for one variable of health, which would be scale, weight, and then just suffer in all these other areas, but then sort of have like this one area of success that people can see, so you get all the social capital from like the, staunch Republicans in the chat because you're displaying an appearance of succeeding at a metric that's important to them, right? So you get to succeed at that variable, but a lot of those people are suffering, right? They're just not suffering in a public way. So yeah, I mean, I can honestly say I didn't feel self-conscious about the way that I looked when I went to play live poker at the Party Poker Tour at all, you know? And I definitely would say that in previous experiences, like going to Europe and playing in these poker tours, there would be times where I was thinking about what I looked like to other people based on my experience with like diet and food and stuff. You know, like that was one of the hardest parts about the Bahamas for me when I, you know, sort of this eating disorder first started to manifest and take hold, was that I was in the second ultimate sweat and largely failing. Mind was failing, body was failing. I was not making significant progress. I was a little heavier than when I ended the bet. And there was a lot of pressure in terms of like, I felt really bad because people would be able to see the difference in sort of how I looked, right? Like, oh, I've got 20 extra pounds. And in my head at this point, and in a lot of the audience's head, this was a culpable of a failure, right? So I felt like a failure. There was a lot of social pressure there, you know? I don't feel that anymore, to be honest. Like, if this is the weight that I am at my death, I'm okay with that. I'm all right with that. Genuinely, you know, if this is what I look like for the rest of my days, I'm fine. In that the incentives are aligned for me, right? It's like, I want to live a healthy life. That's what, you know, I want to be physically capable. I want to be happy. I want to be able to do a bunch of things. And I'm going to act in accordance with those things that I want, you know? There's just no sort of like pressure from Cal Wayne 56 or various other people in life to have to be a certain way. I don't know. I just kind of feel like now that they're a bit boomed, that they don't really understand the modern understanding of the totality of health, you know? I think it's just kind of a bit boomed, you know? So I don't know. That's how I feel about it. I understand like people have very different experiences and levels of understanding and research and come from very different cultures in terms of what's important in those cultures and how to go about getting it, you know? So the way that I approach it might not be the way that you approach it, but it is the way that it is, you know? It's how it's going to be. So you now know me, an intimate part about me, if you've been listening to this, which probably not many have, but some have. You know, like a very personal aspect of my journey and my approach. And so I guess I would ask of you to accept it for what it is, because that's what it's going to be, you know? I am me, and I'm only interested in being me. And so if you're here only because of what you want me to be, or some different way that I could be if I did something else, you're going to be disappointed. Because this is who I am. You know? This is who I am. I'm going to be in the States for June, which is a bummer because I'm going to be in the East Coast. I would have gone to Montreal, but Jamie and Bikar be over here in Europe. Yeah, man, that would have been fun to see you. But I'll see you probably in August, right? Big Ben, free Bezos bucks. Let's go, brother. Thanks for the 40-month resub. Gets a love of the chat. Appreciate you. Ten 7-7. We're going to call for 30,000. Check here. It would have been really fun to flop a set, but we have not flopped a set. My wife is from Portugal. My kids can go with her and stay almost unlimited time. Oh, hell yeah, man. That's epic. I haven't been to Portugal, but I really want to go. Rebecca and I originally, like this is back in the day when we first got engaged, kind of thought we were going to get married in Portugal because there's a place we really wanted to check out. And it seemed like a fun destination wedding. Isn't going to end up happening there for several reasons. One, like we don't care about the wedding as much as we used to like 5-6 years ago in terms of like having a big sort of thing. We'd much prefer it to be sort of more manageable. It'll probably be in either Canada or the UK to make it easier for the various families to get together. But I still would love to experience Portugal and just see what it's like, you know, as a place. So I hope I get to do that. How did I get to 621,000 while I was talking about health, dude? I don't know. But I did. What's your opinion on max late reg? I think it's a good idea in freeze-out tournaments. I'm not militant about it in that I just kind of get in whenever I want to get in freeze-outs. But I think mathematically it's not a bad idea. Why even give that comment the time of the day? Because I had extra time. You know, even idiots are people. You know? Even like hostile people are people at the end of the day. And so, I don't know. Like, it's... You don't have to give them the time of day. I certainly don't have to give them the time of day. I don't know any of you anything. But if I like have the bandwidth to like try and give a thoughtful answer to something hostile, sometimes I will just because I have the time and why not, you know? Poker has given me, I think, like a lot of skills to be able to be sort of like objective in those experiences, you know, if I want to be, right? Of like, okay, they're coming in with hostilities, but like, let me just give them sort of some of the straight juice back in terms of what I actually think. And I don't know, there's definitely been some like long-term fans that came into this channel hot, being dickheads, and but you know, you give them a moment of levity and they turn around to be fans and end up being, you know, parts of this community, even if they were kind of dicks in the first place. You fold queen queen pre-flop on PLO, did I? Damn, dude. Seems tight. Check. Hello, bro, from Mongolia. What's up, man? Arwoon Tarwin on Facebook. Welcome. You coming to Glasgow in August? Yes, Henry Walker. 100%, brother. I'll be there, man. I'll be there. Thanks, Etienne. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, they're definitely, like, you know, I think it's likely that my weight is going to trend down over time. It already is trending down a little bit. Past year, it's down about 20 pounds, but I don't measure it, you know? But the things that are really useful, there's two reasons that I kind of would like it to trend down. I guess sort of three. One is the physical abilities that you have, right, are definitely really important in terms of like, it's fun to be able to walk longer, bike faster, you know, travel longer distances. That's all really nice, and I think having a capable sort of body to do those things is really useful. The second is fashion and style, in that, you know, the way that I look at the world, it really sort of doesn't matter the body that people are starting with. You can style bodies of any size, and there's nothing wrong with that. But what is available to you as a bigger person is quite small. You have very limited options in terms of the way that you're able to present yourself to other people, because clothing is not nearly as available. So it'd be really fun to get into a size where you can just go into sort of every shop
and fit things, you know, and be able to make choices that are based on aesthetic as opposed to function, which they kind of have to be when you're a bigger person, you know? It's just like, you just need to find stuff that fits, and then there's not very many things that fit. So I'd love to have more options that way, just because, I don't know, I really like art and aesthetics, and so it'd be fun to be more adventurous that way. I like it. I've always sort of been into that part of being alive, but I haven't got to exhibit that much. Third, I would say taking less size in like group settings is really useful, for sure. So that part is not very fun. You know, like seats in movie theaters like are just not as comfortable when you're a big person than when you're smaller size. So that's another reason I'd say. And the fourth is probably a social one. Even though sort of I won't resign myself to the viewpoint of Cal win in the chat or whatever. And, you know, generally I'm not too interested in, you know, being friends with Cal Win, for example, or garnering their respect, because like we just don't really relate on any levels, you know what I mean? Like they're not into the same things that I'm into. They are just gonna have wildly varying viewpoints on what the point is of being here and being alive and being a person is about and stuff. So like that doesn't matter, but there is a significant contingent of people in the business world and just broadly in society that will hold these sort of ideas of what being conforming to sort of like a standard size means about you and what it means when you don't. And so that has effects on like your day-to-day experience. People are just a little bit less friendly. They give you a little bit less time of day. They listen to your ideas a little bit less. You know, as a Twitch streamer, like I'm just less marketable. Less people are going to click into my stream. These are just sort of realities of not sort of fitting into a standard. And so as much as it sucks that's the way that the world works, it is the way that the world works, and it would be nice to not have to deal with the negative effects sometimes. So I'd say those are like 4 reasons that I think I'll continue to see my weight trend down. But like I said, it's not important to me. You know, it really isn't. It's those reasons that are dictating giving that number any time of day as opposed to like blood pressure, you know, like, or, you know, any other sort of health metric you could look at, cardiovascular max, you know, like those numbers are as relevant when it comes to overall health, but, you know, they're not visible. So Cal Wayne, yeah, we just see the world differently, man. The problems you view as society are not, I don't view them as problems, and we disagree. So I just don't think we're ever going to see eye to eye on it, man. You know, you're probably just I'm never going to be the way that you want me to be, you know? You're never going to be content or happy with me, my views on this channel. So probably there's just a better fit for you. I mean, you feel free to stick around even if you disagree with me for whatever reason, but I just don't think we ever really have a good chance of seeing eye to eye, you know? I've heard your arguments and I find them unconvincing. It is worth noting with some of your assumptions you're making here. Being fat is not who you are, Jamie. Why is health-conscious parents raising in-shape, normal-sized people, whereas fat parents pass on bad habits to their children? It is worth noting with this sort of assumption you're making that you're incorrect. Neither of my parents are fat at all, and both of them are extremely health-conscious. Much more so than the average person, actually. it's taken up a large part of who they are as people leading up to this point in their life. So your assumptions about like where you think that this came from are flipped, actually. But, you know, it's okay. It's all right. Worst river in the deck, because the ace high club draw, which peels the turn, has now made a pair and can probably value bet as well. We're in a terrible spot here. We probably have to fold to a river jam, which I expect is coming here. Damn. No way. Check, check, we win against an 8? King 8 or something? 7s? Damn. All right, let's go. 725,000. We're 3 of 20. 16 get into the mystery bounty portion of this 320. So we're in a great spot, actually. Really good. Not caring about what other thing is an incredible trait to have. I haven't quite managed it yet. At 32, it's very good to hear you don't feel the social pressures anymore. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it doesn't really feel like not caring what other people think. It's because, you know, I am a person in the world. Like, I deeply care about people, and I want to have good friends and spend good time with them, and you know, be a citizen and part of a society, and engage in the world. And it always feels good for people to like who you are, you know, or what it is you're doing, for sure. So it doesn't feel like I don't care. More so feels like the people that really do care are just caring about the wrong things, you know? It's like, oh, they're in that. Like, that's their value system, and that's their frame of reference for what's important. Thank God I don't have to live like that, you know? so it's I don't know how to describe that. So I don't think it's not caring. It just seems certain viewpoints seem irrelevant because they're just like counter to what it is you're spending your time doing, you know? I don't know. But yeah. 2 pair, 3-4 makes a straight. But we bet. We bet. A wee bet. We bet. Take it down. 1.4 million. What a great stack here. We're on 900,000. What a sick one. Watching you play PLO makes me realize how much of a fish I am in PLO. Don't take what I'm doing in PLO as like good. You know, I haven't studied any PLO in a long time. I'm just splashing around in the PLO. And then if we get to deep spots, maybe I'll deploy a little bit more of my poker brain and get a little bit more dialed in. But really, I'm just kind of like autopiloting and messing about in the PLO. Trey. Jesus focused on the poker Jamie less time in the bad comments. He might be saying it from a nice place, but whatever. Just play poker, mate. Yeah, I focus on whatever I want, you know what I mean? Which is sometimes all we're going to talk about is the poker hands and focus on that. And then sometimes we're going to talk about other stuff when I want to. Some of these poker days are too long to talk about poker for 7 hours straight. It's just like, how many times can I analyze a flop? You know what I mean? It's like, I understand that would be what a lot of you want the most because that's what you're watching. But for me as a person, like, sometimes I like talking about other stuff, man, you know? Which is just going to be a part of the stream. So I know it's annoying, but it is what it is. Try to gain weight. Jamie says, man, a straw. Actually have the opposite problem. Trying extra mayo ketchup beans is still skin and bone without being diagnosed with anorexia. Hence the name. All the best on progressing, brother. Craig is in the same boat as you. Hate how I think I am. Same process as Jamie, almost, but I'm not happy about it. I lost weight through struggle and stress and lost my identity. It's holding me back in life. Know what I need to do. It's just hard to do sometimes. Hate how thin I am. All the best, man, on your journey, man. I know what it feels like to feel held back by your physique and your image. Like, it took a lot of therapy and a lot of time to get to the point where I don't feel like the body I have holds me back from being a person in the world, you know? It has positives and negatives, but I get to be myself at any size, you know? Which is a pretty liberating feeling, to be honest. It took a lot of work to get there, so it's tough, you know? Do we want to peel here? I think so. And we don't have a flush, so we'll fold. Let's go back to our 320. And we're going to hop into the 530 main event, I think. Although there's 55 turbo that we should play first, I think, actually. In place of the opener. And I think there's another opener flight, too. If I'm not mistaken. This is a set. But in the meantime, let's get a 55 on table 6. And add 55 to the buy-ins. Dope. At that point, Jamie, it's crazy how different the viewpoints are and what it is to be alive. I've been looking into some of the philosophy PhD stuff in epistemology, which I think would be a really cool place to research those concepts of right and wrong and real and fake. Yeah, man, I'd love to. I really want to spend a bit more time in philosophy work, and I just feel like it's one of the two areas of intellectual pursuit where I've been letting myself down a bit. So that sounds really interesting. Definitely find myself aligning more with what I think is like more of a... Well, it's got some Eastern flavor to it, my philosophy right now. It's definitely like... It's got some Buddhist ideas, but where it ends is that I'm not shunning the... Well, I don't know, maybe it isn't. We've talked about this a little bit before, Ben, but I think maximizing experience is generally kind of what I'm aiming at. And also being a realist in some sense, you know, accepting life for what it is, as it is. And trying to strike a balance between being a person in society, a cell in the arm, so to speak, and being an individual. Generally advocating for systems that treat myself as a cell in the arm and acting as a person as the individual. Most of the time. In areas of consequence, anyways. Do you win any money on the tour? Nah, we cashed one tournament for 930 pounds, but bricked 2 bullets in the high roller. So ended up down a little bit on the trip, but it's fun though. Calwayne, I think the thing that's useful to think of, I mean, for yourself, right, in this sort of long argument that you've taken on. Andy M491 dropped the sub. Get some love in the chat for your boy, Andy M. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you very much. Welcome to the team. Thanks for that prime sub. The Bezo Bucks. Thank you, dude. you've clearly got a lot of passion, and you've got a very clear idea of what being a good person is and what not being a good person is. I don't agree, but for what it's worth, like, I don't want anything. So me, the person, right? Like, I'm not desiring anything. Like, there's nothing like, oh, I've got to fix this. Like, no, I'm content, dude. I'm completely content. I'm content in my relationship. I'm content in my career. I'm content in my body. Content in the things that I spend my time on, and the work that I'm working on. Like, I'm at peace, which is such a blessing, such a nice place to be. It won't always be like that. Of course, there'll be some times where I'm not at peace, but like, that's genuinely how I feel. So all of these things you're coming up with, they're, from your viewpoint of what I'm doing wrong, but that's not how I feel. And I, as a person, have just as much right as you to determine what it is that I'm going to spend my life on, And so if I had the same opinions as you, I would feel the same way as you, but I don't. And so I'm at peace. I'm content. I don't need anything from you, bro. If I decide that I want to live like you, I'll come to you and I'll be like, what do I got to do? And we'll probably agree. But I'm not asking anything of you or of myself. That's it. That's it, brother. I'm at peace. Matty, ace queen, ace king. No, Matty, what is this? With the ace king on the button with 12 blinds. What are you talking about, dude? Drop the jack. Give me the... Doesn't matter. Come on, Matty Bands. What a sick setup, ace king, ace queen. Good news is we still got a lot of chips, though. A hell of a lot of chips, frankly. 2 and 19. Starts at 16. Check call on the turn here in the 55. Wee bit of practicing the accent for August. Man, I gotta think about what are the Scottish sayings that I used to say. I mean, a lot of I's in conversation. A-Y-E. The double taps of the D's. Squirtle. God, dude, the big bet, we fold, right? It's just like we lose to so much. Just can't call there. Jack 10 is not quite going to be an open, especially in the bounty. 8-9 suited on the button, though, is a great hand. I don't want children, Kelwayne. I mean, you don't know anything about me, brother. I think the guy's a good guy, has a girlfriend, and wants children. No, I don't. Shut your mouth, man. Quit guessing. Don't guess, brother. Been a long time. Dad's WoW Army. What's up, brother? It's really hard to get into, but I'm enjoying branching into epistemology, which is a study of truth and knowledge, and what I've normally been doing, a lot of ontology, which is like study of being and what is. Yeah, man. Just sounds great. Just sounds like a great time. Here we flop an open-ender. We are not at the mystery bounty stage yet, but this is a great flop. It really depends on this bet size, how we play this, right? Because, like, raising doesn't make a lot of sense here, But they bet pretty sizably, which means realistically we could get them to fold some ace-high sort of hands here. If they bet smaller, I think I would have just called. But this range is going to look like 10x, 7x, clubs, 9-8. But it's not going to be like kings or aces, you know what I mean? All right, good luck. And we take it down, 778. That's a huge pickup with 9 high, right? It's a huge pickup, but it's one of those spots where sometimes they just have kings and they snap it and we have to hit. So it's not a pure victory in a theoretical sense, But in this hand, it's a pure victory, which is pretty damn nice, frankly. Pretty damn nice. Let's open it up here. Well, that's annoying. Dean shoves for a gazillion. Kevin Martin's in the house. Everything okay? Good luck today. A nice game. Greetings from Belgium. Thanks, man. Yeah, things are good. We have a great stack in this 320. We're chip lead right now, which is good. And we're going to get into the 5:30 main event pretty soon as well. So, yeah, things are good. We reshove 4-9 overcalls for the double bounty here. That's a 4. No. And the hearts as well. Rip City, dude. We bust out of the Sunday party, and I think that's our last. Oh, no, we can try one more. Nice. Nice. One more go at it. Add 109 to the buy-ins. We're up to just shy of $2,000 in buy-ins today. Call and then check fold here. Our raise on the flop takes it down. Jeff Gross gave you a shout out about your stream. Nothing but love for Jeff Gross, brother. I miss Jeff, dude. I wish we got to spend more time together. But he's in Miami and, you know, working for a different company, and he's got kids and he's got a wife and he's got a gazillion things going on. I just don't get to see him, but Jeff Gross is just a great guy to hang around with, man. Hey, Jamie, do you play much PLO 8? I personally find it much easier than Hold'em or PLO, like how the variance is kind of reduced. Good luck tonight. I really don't, dude. Prez1UK. Like, I kind of know, I know how the game works, obviously. You know, I have played at times, but I really don't play often, so. 3-bet works out. It's Quinton. Chip lead, still be leading, baby. This is a timely tweet from the Bill Perkins. Success is often measured in dollars, but what if the real currency is memories? That's a good point. I mean, you can extend it beyond just memories to other values as well. Success in Cal Wayne's world is measured by your weight on the scale, but what if it's measured in happiness instead? Something to think about, to ponder. For the Queen 4. Thanks, Sebastian. Long time ago, I was here, bro. Good luck with them all. Thanks, man. Are you the Prague, Sebastian? Welcome back. I have a PhD, and I still struggle with the concept of epistemology and ontology. I just ignore them. Word, Andy. Nice, dude. Can't be experts in it all. But it seems really interesting to me because it is, I don't know. It's the same on a golf course for me, guys. Like, I just love coming up against tough things and struggling against them. You know what I mean? And like in math, that's not so interesting because it's cut and dry, right? It's like either you get it or you don't. It's not, there aren't these like areas of gray where you have to really work around sort of ideas and struggle with them. But like, I love playing a really tough golf course. It's the same thing with like books and things to research. I really love like battling against challenging things. It's just fun, dude. It's really fun. But yeah, I haven't put any time into them at all. So I'm about maybe a quarter of the way through Bertrand Russell's history of Western philosophy or Western thought. I forget what it is. And I was just telling Ben the other day that I want to put some more time in to just sort of like get through to some more modern times as opposed to being stuck in like Plato and Socrates and Aristotle. Getting a PhD won't impact on this. I have no brain. I'm blissfully unaware of anything. You just get more aware of how many things you're blissfully unaware of, and it's quite nice. That's cool. That's pretty cool. You learn how much you don't know, or I guess the size of the infinity of how much you don't know. So we're on the soft bubble here. Put in the bubblegum felt. 1 of 18, 15 pay, but 16 are in the mystery bounty, which is going to be good times for the 10 deuce. Cody G in the Twitch chat. What's up, Cody? Jeff Gross the legend. It's true, man. Moga2 dropping the 31-month resub. Gets a love of the chat for your boy, Moga2. Always a pleasure, man. Finally some good summer vibes, bro. Got to sit outside for 45 minutes earlier. What a treat. What an absolute treat. Loved it. Oh, and I can't wait for this week, too, because it's going to be so damn nice all week in Montreal. And when I'm not in meetings and stuff or playing poker, you can catch me on a Bixie. Get to know it. Get to know it. Call for 24,000 here. Check with the 8. Check with the 9. I guess the small blind flat. This is not so good. Let's go down to the queen 8 here. Defend. Not a great flop for us, and pretty good for the razor in the cutoff on this stack. We'll just check fold. As we are down to 17. Mystery bounty time is coming up. One bust away from mystery bounty time. Jamie, I'll Venmo you $200 right now if you tell us who the F Dottie is. Well, thanks, brother. I don't have Venmo, though. We don't have Venmo in Canada. But Dottie stands for Dottie Pepper. Testin Ryan. Who is a professional golfer and golf announcer. And so the story is I wanted to be a professional golfer growing up. And so I'd play golf with my friends, you know, after school or whatever. And we would commentate like we were playing in important tournaments, you know. And so Dottie was one of the people we would throw to as if we were on the broadcast. Like, Mark, what do you think here? Oh, I'd say just a cup outside left, Dottie. You know, 13, 14, and the same Mida should be fast. Thanks for that, Mark. And, you know, we would do fake commentary because we were golf nerds. And that's where Dottie happened. Like, Dottie just continued through. Let's Go Dottie was, you know, continued from that place. This is a jam. Let's go. Ace Queen, ship it, rip it, Dottie. Jamie is probably the happiest person here, so the richest. Golf is life, baby. I don't know if that's true, but I am pretty damn happy, to be honest, man. I was thinking that. I don't know if it was yesterday or today. But damn, I was just adding up all the things that were going so damn well. And I was just... It's been a good week, to be fair. Adding eggs back to the diet has been so good. And Tottenham is in a European Cup final. And I love Rebecca. And she loves me. And I love Montreal. And I got to go to a 4-hour opera yesterday, which was dope AF. Mozart's La Noche de Figaro. Really great. And I'm excited for the Party Poker Tour. I'm excited for this European vacation I'm booking after the Party Poker Tour. I'm excited for F1. I am pretty damn happy, man. I like what I do for a living. I feel fulfilled in it. Yeah, just feel good, man, to be honest. My family's all happy, healthy. Russell the Goat, he devotes a lot of time to them because the foundation is key later too. Philosophy just builds on itself so much. Word. Just reading a book from the 80s on mathematical philosophy, and the first 3 chapters are all about Plato, Aristotle, Pythagoras, Lucretius, etc. I don't think I learned about Lucretius. I did learn about Pythagoras, but not familiar with Lucretius. We fold the 3-6 on the button. Maybe a little nitty there, but let's go to the 5s and the 55. Just waiting on the 5:30 main event. There's a little 33 PLO mystery bounty too, but we're kind of chilling, I'd say, you know? I'd say we're chilling. This is definitely the main bay. This is pretty important. Good luck, James. Thanks, Paul Expo. What's up? Thanks, man. The bros at the same table. It's true. I just doubled up Matty Bands, sadly. 7-8, we have the nuts. That's good. Let's bet. I'm in Switzerland. I watched you 4 years back several times. Oh, nice, Sebastian. All the best in Switzerland. Big Ben in the Twitch chat is in Switzerland right now, too. Check your phone for sick hike photos on break. Let's go. Speaking of Swiss, chill Swiss vibes, bro. Ooh, this is great, man. These are beautiful photos, man. Wow. Oh, wow. I got to check out Switzerland, dude. Look at the nature. Look at the cows. Look at the Toblerone-ass mountains, bro. Incredible vibes. Do you call the river for this block bet with 5s? Nah, you just don't. What's up, Jamie? I haven't been here in a while. Hope all is well. What's up, James H? Good to see you, man. How's your time in the UK? Gutted I couldn't make it to the tournament at Aspers. Would have been cool to play. Good luck in the Sunday grind. Thanks, man. There's still 4 more chances this year on the Party Poker Tour, so you got more shots if you want them. UK's great. I love it in the UK. I love UK culture. I love the vibes. I love the banter. I'm so excited to be going 4 more times this year. It's just fun, man. Love it, to be honest. It's good. It's good to be home. I love Montreal too, but yeah. Okay, quick break. Let me play you 5 minutes of highlights, and then I'll be back, and we'll continue on this grind, okay? Pokerstaples on Twitch, on the bubble at the 320 millions mystery bounty in the chip lead. Should be vibes. Stay with me. Putting us in 3rd. We don't burst the final table bubble, but we cover everyone on our table. Bubble butt, bubble, bubble, bubble butt, bubble butt, bubble, bubble, bubble butt. Woo! Haka. Hit it, Haka. Oh, hell yeah. I think we want to call here. Induce action from either opponent. We wouldn't bust if we were out this hand. So, yeah, just call. Come on, Ace King. For the marbles. Ace King, Queen 9. Okay, good start. Great turn. Come on, let's go, chat. $112 coming our way, and I think we're down to 8 here. I think we're down to 8. Final table hype of the Super 215. Coming into the final table, 3 of 8. And look who's on my left. Matty Bands. 320 cashed, 213 in bounties. First place is going to be 1,500 plus bounties. Be anywhere from 3,000 for the win up to like 4,500 if you really crush bounties. So it could be a lot. Folds around to Jazzor, who limps. We're going to raise. Raise, get a call. Jack 10-8 on the flop. It really hits their limp call range. We do flop a double gutter, though. I'm going to check back. I think you can argue for betting there, too, but I kind of like a check. Turn top pair. Do we want to value bet here? Yeah, I guess one street of value, and it's probably now, is better than the river, but... Eights against ace queen. That's a set. And we're down to 7. 365 cashed, plus our bounties. 213. Okay. I'll call it 580. We just want to call with jacks. Very strong hand, right? It looks amazing, but we can get in a lot of problems getting it all in for a flip in this spot. Raise call and a squeeze from Murphy. This is a nightmare situation for us. It's not a nightmare yet, right? Like, we could just take it to a flop here, but we're going to be in some really difficult spots where we don't want to stack off and get 7th place in a bounty with jacks, you know? It sucks. But anyways, we should definitely at least see a flop. I think back raise is a punt, so we call. And this is the nightmare, right? We check on this 9-6-4 flop. They quickly bet pot. Oh, I mean, the bet size is I'm afraid. That's what the bet size says, right? It's I'm scared. The thing is, some people are scared with like ace king here because they've already put a bunch of money in, they don't want to lose. Some people are scared with like aces because they don't want to be outdrawn. Brother, I don't know what to do here with jacks. This is never a bet size you should see. Don't know. Don't know. We'll never know. Yeah, it's tough with the jacks there, man. Just the risk reward is not set up too well for us there. That's the problem. Against some people, we've made a huge mistake, and against some people, we've made an epic fold. We don't know with Murphy. It's like against the average, I don't know. But in this pot, we flop middle set, which is phenomenal. We've also got a 225 bounty potential up there, so let's bet 30K. Ace scared or ace king scared? Yeah, something's scared with that bet size for sure, right? It's just, the more inexperienced they are, the more, well, actually, honestly, you could be inexperienced and scared with both of those hands. Open the king 10 on the button. Flop comes queen, jack 4. Check back. Want to control the size of the pot here. We can continue on pretty much any turn. We don't want to bet and get raised off our hand. That sucks with a hand like this. So we check back. We call the turn. We smash a king on the river. Probably have the best hand. And let's see. We do. Let's go. All right, folds around to us with ace jack here. Do you want to raise or limp? Both work. I think mostly raise under ICM. We do cover mat. Obviously, we don't want to play a pot that big, but we take it down. Cool. Oh, isn't she lovely? Let's go. Now, aces is the best hand in poker, and we've got huge bounties available. We're going to raise over this limp. Wonder what's going to happen with those past aces, bro. We're going to have to find out next break because we're back at real time. What's going on? 6 tables on the go. Millions online has begun at Party Poker. The best stack right now, we're 1 of 17. 16 in the mystery bounty portion. 15 get paid. We're chip leader. It's like a fantastic place to be. 1.5 stacks in the 55 mini main. We're going to get into the 530 as well, but we're just going to play some of these. We have 2 PLO tournaments on table 1 and table 2. And then a 109 Sunday party. We have a short stack on, I think, our 4th entry. Not very good. Not very good, fam. Unfortunately, but it'd be what it be. Let's keep going. See what I missed in chat. Yesterday was my dad's 79th birthday, says PSR, and 20th anniversary of Amanda and I getting engaged, so I think I can officially say I'm old. If it's how you feel, brother. Those are some big numbers, though. I'll tell you that. All the best, man. Hey, Jimmy, I left poker 3 years ago, and I talked with my friend about start playing again, says Rasmus Anderson on YouTube. Now, when I logged onto YouTube, I saw your name on the whole screen. I felt happy. Follow you for 6-7 years. I think you're one of the most genuine persons on the planet. Thanks. Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll follow you this night and probably have some great laughs. Very good luck. That's very kind, brother. All the best on your comeback to poker as well. Join us in the Party Poker streets, man. See you out there. Appreciate it. In June, you're kicking it in Europe. Didn't say nothing. Where y'all headed? I think it's going to be a family trip, bro. We're working it out right now. But I think it's going to be a family trip to Split, Croatia. Relive some of the Ultimate Sweat vibes and spend a week there. So it's not going to be like a travel around kind of thing. Probably be with some family members on both sides, etc. So, yeah. Lucretius is a pre-Platonic guy, wrote a book called On the Nature of Things, one of the earliest metaphysical works, trying to describe what things are. It's really interesting insights on quantum mechanics. Oh, interesting. Brother, you got to come here on your EU trip. Let me know when you guys will be out here. We'll see if we can make it work. Probably got to be some other one. This one is just going to be a 1 week, 1 stop kind of vibe. But we'll be in Europe a lot more, especially with the Party Poker tour going on. You know, I'm hopeful that this will continue and I'll be in Europe a bunch going forward. So let's see. I'm hopeful. Ace King is all in. Against Queens, we got a flip. Queens is not happy to see Ace King, right? Kind of unlucky for Queens. We need a, it's a full house. I was going to call for a 10, but just no. It's not enough. Straight no good, homie. All right, we're out of the Sunday party. Let me see what else is going on here. Threes or whatever. So there's the 162 flight. There's going to be a lot of late reg in that. I could play the 33 PLO mystery bounty. Why not? I mean, we'll have 3 PLOs in a row. That sounds crazy. Sounds fun to me. I don't know about you guys. We're still going to get the 530, but again, it's like pretty early in reg, so I'm just going to wait a bit. Ace 10 suited is decent. All right, nice. And here we go. The 33 PLO to go along with the 215. Both are 2-day tournaments, so let's continue. Do we want to 3-bet ace-5? I think so. It's like a pretty good hand to 3-bet in a great spot. We could fold to this all in and then call this one if it came in, you know? But ace blocker is pretty good, so give it a go. Snap the 4-bet, though. Yeah, June we're going to do a trip to Split, I think, for a week or so after. In August, I suspect we'll be staying a few days in Edinburgh to relive that, because we kind of had to leave in the middle of the pandemic. Didn't really get to say goodbye to that city so much. And then the last 2 stops, who knows? We definitely want to go to Paris on one of those, for sure. Especially now that I can eat eggs. It gives me so many more options in Paris, which is sweet. Ooh. Do we call off with the bounty and play here, but against a 3-bet? Oh, that's a nightmare. We probably do because of the bounty, but like when they have aces, we're like dead. We're like dead to runners, basically. They have a very similar hand here. We had some outs, but yeah, they win. Fair, man, fair. And I'd love to go to Switzerland for sure. I'd love to check out Madrid. I want to go to Hungary. Rebecca really liked Budapest, so I'd like to go there with her at some point. I don't know. There's tons of places I'd love to check out, man. But I think it'll work pretty well with the Party Poker Tour. Be able to get a couple days in spots in Europe and sort of just piggyback off that experience, and it'll be good. Ace 10 suited here. Ooh, raise and a 3-bet. A 4-bet is a bluff or fold? Fold is probably better. Good evening, Jamie. What's up, Steve? Sutherland. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. I gotta ask, how did you find the players in London? Easier or harder than you thought it was gonna be? Kind of bang on where I expected, I would say, right? Like, very similar to North American poker. You know, of course, there were some good players like in the main event and in the high roller. It felt like a high roller, even though it was a 1K. And then in the other events, you know, people were having fun. There's lots of mistakes. It was kind of as I expected. It didn't stand out in any way in terms of like, oh, this is way tougher or this is way easier. Kind of just felt standard to me, Steve. What did you think it would be? What did you think I was going to say? Take it down with the aces. Speaking of aces, we got him again in the 33 PLL. I don't, Ben. I don't want to split it, bruh. I'm taking it, man. I'm taking it. We 3-bet with ace queen of hearts. We're going to c-bet here on this pretty low board. Not a great hand to barrel. I think all of our broadways are better, to be honest. Ace 5 makes a straight, but ace 6 is better, ace 7 is better, ace 8 is better, king queen is better, king jack is better, queen jack is better, all that's better. So we're not going to barrel with ace queen. Oh, Maddie, we may need to bubble you here, Maddie, if you jam the button. Unlucky Maddie Bands. Or is he? We're going to find out. Unlucky. GG to Maddie Bands. We're down to 16. And the mystery bounty is beginning. Here we go. So we're going to find out the prizes now. Top bounty is 3K, 2250, 1500. Nice. chaos begins. Chaos begins because the average bounty is $781. And it's the bubble. So people don't want to bust. And if we get caught bluffing, it'd be going crazy. Now, there is a bunch of bigger stacks that just moved in, so which is too bad because we had a great setup there for chaos, but you know, it's all right. I'm on 5 tables. Yeah, Rebecca, slow down, bro. Slow down, Rebecca. Goodness. Hand for hand continues. And in the 109, we're going to 3-bet almost all in with our aces. And we'll put in the rest for 1/3 of the pot, but I can think of better flops than this one, to be straight with you. I had no answer, just wanted to hear your view. Word, man. Oh, nice. We win. 134. That's a nice chip up there. And here we bricked, right? Yeah, we bricked. And they check to maybe induce here, but I don't think we can. 4-5 makes 2 pair. Oh, maybe that hand would have folded if we bet, to be honest, but I didn't, so it's the way it be. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I think we got about 200 people across the 3 streams. Appreciate you all. Hope you're having a great, brilliant Sunday. We will be streaming tomorrow as well, assuming we make a day 2 on one of these, which, you know, I think we will. Probably we will. But we'll see. Still to come today, we have a 162 and a 530. So the high stakes tournaments are still in progress, familia. 1-16 here, though, in the 320. It's 3,000 for the win plus bounties. The top mystery bounty is 3K. You know, got some good stuff going, basically. Just getting some info from you as Glasgow is getting closer and closer. I'm actually bricking it to play live. It's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun. I'm really excited to go to Glasgow. That's probably the one I'm most excited about this year. I love London too, but Glasgow seems like such a cool place, and I've only spent 1 day there. But it had like an edginess and a scrappiness to it that Edinburgh didn't have, which I liked. So, yeah. I think it's probably a mistake here that I just made, but not the end of the world. It's fine. the nut ace suit, jack blocker. I don't know if this would be a bluff or a value bet, honestly. It could end up being either. If you wanted it to. And here in the PLO, it's too likely that all the money gets in, but that bounty is pretty sweet. Oh no. Ace 10 suited. 1 of 16. We're in the mystery bounty portion, but we're not in the money yet as we flop to pair. Bet, bet, bet. Here we go. Miss Santa's cousin dropping the 3x prime. Gets a love of the chat from Miss Santa's cousin. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. Appreciate you very much. Thanks for your prime support. Welcome to the team. Love in the chat. Love in the chat for the Bezos bucks. Bet call. Bet again. I hope they have A6. Would be perfect. A6 suited. Be great. A7 suited would be fantastic. I don't mind if you have ace jack or ace queen or ace king, honestly, but you don't because you'd 3-bet. At least ace king and ace queen. So we take it down and we continue raising here. Gonna get this in, I think, on the short stack, but they do have the flop trips, which just sucks. Absolutely sucks. We're gonna re-enter the 33. We add that to the buy-ins. And basically a click back from Marcel here. Like, we're for sure not folding with the mystery bounty in play. This is like a great spot for us. Just flop hearts, dude. We miss hearts, but they gave us such a great chance. Just an FYI, this is coming in from Rebecca. Matt's home game of Party Poker tomorrow is $500 added with Millions Online tickets for top 22. So there you go. 6 p.m. UK, 1 p.m. Eastern time. That's 11 a.m. Matt's time, 10 a.m. Pacific time. You've got a 500 added. There you go. We flop no draws here. We just fold. So. But imagine we flopped a heart draw. How fun that would be. Be incredible. P lobbers all in. We should call if it folds to us here. It's a shove for just under 8 blinds, but again, the average bounty here is $781. I think we should probably overcall against Andrea Radici here. 136 to win 362. Let's flop some spades or a king or something. Swing and a miss. I lived in Glasgow for 20 years. A trip there is fine. Living, no so much. Fair. Fair, man. King Queen, King Jack, King 3. There it is. P. Lobber with the triple up. Gotta get you, Rebecca, and Maddie a buck fast if you haven't tried it yet. Probably not for me. Probably not for Maddie either. He's got a lot of allergy and stuff. Maybe Rebecca will try it, though. Maybe Rebecca's on it. Too big of a bet to do anything. Actually, Queen Deuce should not be an auto fold here. If it folds to us, we should play. We're on the bubble. That would be a big mistake by me, but I've fixed my issue. Likely one of these two will raise, though, and then we can just fold because our hand is pretty trash, genuinely. So What's your favorite club of the golf bag? Mine has to be my driver. Interesting question. Oh no, bounty's gone. 765. Okay, that's an average bounty. We don't mind. We don't mind, yo. Unlucky for Pete Lauber, and we're in the money. I would say maybe like a hybrid. Hybrid is pretty fun, I'd say. To hit in a lot of spots. Very forgiving club. Can make some pretty epic looking shots. A wedge is always fun too, you know, like a sand wedge. Never hate the putter. Yeah, I don't know, man. Not sure. Interesting question. It's against terms of service to play on Party Poker with a VPN. Yes, it is definitely against terms of service. You can't do it. So we 3-bet and they cold call, which really is bad news for us here. Queen 10 shove, Queen Jack calls. It's a pretty good situation for Queen Jack. Oh yeah, dude, we're losing some hands here. Like when they cold call, I don't like bluffing here, especially not with Ace 9. Like with Ace 10, with Ace Queen, all right. Like we have some outs to win here, but. Cold call should just smash this range. Great flop. Got a bluff here with our just naked 5. Try and bluff some like 1 pair hands. That would be 2 pairs here, you know? And get a raise to 598, which is pretty big. Just fold. It's all right. Good luck and greetings from Denmark. What's up, Matthias Malmquist? Thanks for the good luck, man. Appreciate you. Speaking of, let's get one of these tournaments here. The 530 and the 162. 162 is a bounty, so we're gonna get that earlier, whereas the other one is a mystery bounty. But I think next up will be the main event. Add 162 to the buy-ins. Cool. As we flop it top set. All right, and I knew I had to do something. Change the buy-in tab, okay. Probably against Jack 8 here, but with top set, we should stack off, I think. It's not always. And we've got decent outs, but we brick there. We can re-enter. Let's do it. The wrong lobby was up there, actually. We had the wrong satellite lobby up there. For our top row PLO, man, the top 3 tables are PLO, which is pretty fun. Jamie, on the guy that asked you about the egg preparation on Twitter a few days ago, did you learn anything from the food study? Did they get to enjoy an egg, non-pill form? I truly hope the doctor's getting to the bottom of it all. Good luck. Thanks, man. Yeah, it went really well. Successful. So the process during the actual exposure was like, The first 4 were in pill form. The last 2, first was like a little bit of eggs, and then the last was about half a hard-boiled egg. It was successful, so I've had scrambled eggs twice this week for breakfast, and it'll definitely change a lot of what I can eat. So really excited about it, man. Deuterino Terrifico. And it's exciting because eggs in a lot of stuff, you know. I think like pastry stuff, like fresh pasta. Egg is in a lot of fresh pasta stuff. There's some pasta sauces it's in. Obviously, just the pure egg as well. There's a ton of stuff that egg is involved with. So, no, in a virtual machine, not a VPN. You'd have to ask support. There's a support button on the bottom of PartyPoker. You'd have to ask them. They'd probably have to check for like game integrity reasons because why are you playing within a virtual machine? So you definitely would have to check, but I don't know for sure. It's a rare question. Like I've never heard anyone ask it before. So, gold steel. Bet with the quads and win. Lovely. Wow. What a sick hand. Who's got who covered? Oh, Kings! Kings with the double. Andrea Radici is going to be pretty short here. Damn, that's pretty sick. All right, I'm going to open a trashy 10-3 suited because we're in the lead. And this is a 5-blind stack. And I want a chance to get the bounty. Average bounty is $782, so. And they jam. Do we rejam or just call here? Probably just call, right? Our hand is pretty bad. Oh, they jam though. We fold. Okay. We fold. Queen 9, King Queen. Radici probably on the comeback here. I think this jam is too wide. Especially with us opening under the gun, we could just have the goods there. Seems like a good flat spot to me. But I could be wrong, of course, you know. I don't know everything about this format. All right, Steve Sutherland, thanks for hanging, brother. Min raise call, streets. Good luck from Palestine. Thumbs up to you. What's up, Abdul? All the best to you, brother. Appreciate you. And Queen Jack here on the button. This is quite awkward because I do want to play, especially with the stack involved. I think I have to call here. This is a little bit too wide of a call typically, but with the mystery bounty portion, I think it's okay. But if they jam and they rejam, we still have to fold, I think, which sucks, right? It sucks to put in 50K like kind of dead, but I think just straight folding is too tight, so. Bit of 37.5, we call with the gutter. Very small bet as well, right? Like one quarter, a little bit less than 1/4. King in the turn. Do we want to try and bluff or not? But they bet 150 and it makes it an easy fold. I think we probably one street bluff there with Queen Jack. If it checks to us, we bet, you know. But 843, we're sliding down a little bit. We're still in second, but we have lost, you know, we were at 1.2 million at one point. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. There's some bounties in play, and we hope they're tiny. Ace 10 makes a straight. Please be the small ones. Please be the small ones. No! The second biggest is gone. Dang it, dude. All right, Marcel is really short now, but that kind of sucks. Average bounty is 677 now. We're going to raise a deuce suited because Marcel has 4 blinds, right? So does this player, so like there's a lot up for grabs here. This is fine because if they call all in, we can just call as well, take it to the streets for an extra 4 blinds. Up here, we're all in with a king. Oh, the flush draw hits. Dang, dude. They both fold, we fold as well, obviously. All right, we're done in that 109 PLO. We fed the prize pool enough. This is a great hand. I mean, it's a fine hand, but 6 blinds, 3 blinds, 4 blinds. This player is going to be really aggressive because of this spot, right? So they flat. If any of these short stacks jam, we'll rejam because I think on average we're ahead of Elias by quite a bit. On average. Of course, they could just have the goods here and we're going to bust in 14th. But with all the mystery bounties available, this is a fun spot. So Stefan should probably get involved as well because that $600 bounty for 4 blinds, like this is the best way for them to increase the equity of their stack, but doesn't mean they always will. Just, you know, this bounty is worth double what cashing is worth right now. What was that sound? Never even heard of that sound before. The heck was that? King 9, Queen 10 for a mystery bounty. Could be the biggest one, but we got to win the hand first. Yo, I have no idea what the sound was. What is that, Queen? Oh, dude. Oh, it's Facebook. Stars sent. 99 stars. Thank you so much, Abdul. Appreciate you very much, man. Thanks for the 99 stars. Facebook, man. I got to get the Facebook sounds ready. I know what they sound like on Twitch. Appreciate you, man. All right, we open ace 5. Everyone folds around to Stefan as we just continue to slide down the leaderboard. That's a painful loss to A. Delmas, but, you know, it'll happen. Got sub hype coming in. Fungal Wizard with the 46-month resub, like the legend he is. Thank you, Fungal Wizard. I appreciate you, brother. Quentin calls ace jack 9 on the flop. I think we want to see bet here. Yo, thanks, bro. Let me read the message. What's up, Jamie? Hope you're having a good Sunday. I got a hole in one on Friday and a short par 4, 212 yards. Holy crap, bro. Let's go. Hope my luck translates into an R score. Good luck, good luck. Congratulations, man. That's amazing. Epic, dude. I've never had a hole in one. I really would like one. I mean, you had one on a par 4. Like, that's wild. Talk about wild, man. So, congrats. Keep it for life, man. All right, ace jack suited. We're going to call in the big blind. Kind of really wanted one of these short stacks to get involved, but, you know, c'est la vie. King, king 10. We see a min bet of 25,000. I think check raise is good. Check raise, check turn. It's a good idea. Here we have the nuts, and we double it up. 1.5 million. 855,000. We win a few chips back from our recent ill fortunes. We can't auto fold here though, because if Marcel's all in, like, we're in there, you know? If Stefan's all in, are we in there? Probably. Probably are. And for 2 bounties, for sure, we're going to call here for 100 grand. We just hope Elias doesn't shove, because then we have to fold for sure, because we have, you know, deuce 5. It's really, really bad hand, but there's basically like $1,200 in bounties, $1,300 in bounties in this pot, and we've cashed for $355. You know, like first place is $3,000 in the prize pool. This is paying like 35% of first place. This pot right here, on average. It could be more, of course, but. And then a jam from Marcel. Oh, we have to call 7,000. Never mind. Yeah, let's call with anything. We're going to lose here, though. Oh, hype train. DG. Dropping the love. Can we get some hearts out in chat for DG? 18-month resub. Get some hearts in chat, man. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate you. Okay. Been a while since I've been here on a Sunday. Another bad results for Spurs today. All but the final in 10 days time. Good luck today. Thanks, man. Yeah, exactly. I today in my head is a non-event just because you know, it's so important to optimize for the final. This is the only game Spurs played this year that I didn't watch, you know. So what the heck happened here? King 6 lost to King 9. No, in the 33 GG. And we fold here. And we call here reluctantly, but we do have a full house, so that's pretty good. 9-8 was bluffing. It was fair. You know, it's a decent bluff. Bounties in play. Nice, okay. One of the min bounties is gone. That's good. One of the min bounties is gone. And means the average bounty is 635. Oh, there's still 5 150 bounties left. Bree. That sucks, man. All right. We're just going to have to win the tournament. That's fine. We're going to have to win the tournament, man. Six of 12, chilling. Oh yeah, we want to get in the 530 here, so let's get in our main event. 530 main event going in on table 1. Right now. Open ace 3? I think so, especially with how short the big blind is. We do have our main event going on table 1. Let's make it count, baby. Let's make it count, chat. Go get him, Jamie. Thanks, Gold Steel. Ace 3 gets through. 6-3 is going to be a fold. 355 in the prize pool. Right, hopefully you can win a final table tonight. Buy tickets to watch the stoppable force face the movable object in the finals. Bro, it's like 10 grand to go from Canada. It's like insanely expensive. It's so expensive. I don't think I can swing it, man. I really don't. I think I'll be watching wherever I can find the best atmosphere in town. Get a walk with ace-4. Beautiful. It really sucks the second and third bounty have gone, man. It really sucks. I'm sad about it. Kings against ace-3. I think Marcel is the shorter one. Wow, they double up. So sick. With the straight, Marcel gets it done. Still on 400,000. We fold 9 deuce. It's crazy that we are in fourth. The other table must be really short. Not really short, but there's quite a lot of short stacks on the other table, unfortunately. No overcall. I think this hand plays okay multi-way, you know, especially being so deep in the 162. JB, do you think we are in the money day 2 of the 162 opener? Yeah. Yeah. Almost certain that you play till in the money in this one. So if you make day 2, you're in there. Oh, the midday burnout, isn't it? That's exactly what it is, chat. The midday burnout. I think, you know what it is? It's time for food. Actually, I'm hungry, probably. What am I going to eat? I don't really know yet, but I'll figure it out. Full to the 4 bet. So let me look at the lobby here. We have a 162 hyper and the Party Poker Tour path, but it's gonna close in 1 minute, dude. Oh. No, I'm gonna leave it. I got enough. I got enough going on. I kind of wish I had 4-8 live now. We're down to 11 though. 383 in the prize pool. And the top bounty's still out there. Average bounty is 641. Tell me one of the mins have gone. No, there's all 5 min bounties still. Oh my goodness, dude. All 5, and there's only 11 left. It's going to be some big bounty swings, dude. Queen deuce blind versus blind. It's not a great hand. We're not going to call a shove. But other than that, we can play, you know? Get a 3-bet king queen. Gets the end of the gun open there. You can also flat too, but I think 3-bet's fine, and we do take it down, which is good. So successful 3-bet as we pick up kings the next hand. Holy smokes, dude. Holy smokes. Check the turn. Let's just try and get through these 9s before we play the kings, but Quinton opens. Do we want to slow play here? Like, yeah, dude, we really do. It's such a good spot for them to squeeze. And if we 3-bet, their fold frequency is going to be so high because of their stack, right? It's just like 16 and a half blinds. Their stack off range is pretty small. I think we need to call as the best chance to like get the mystery bounties here, which are a big part of this hand. Bet a 71,000. We're going to call here. There's better flops than 9-9-3, right? Like they could have 9x for sure. Not a huge part of their range. 9-10 suited, 9-8 suited, ace-9 suited, king-9 suited. But a bunch of stuff that is not that, so. I got in day 2 with 6.1 mil last night. Congrats, yo. Hope to be playing with you tomorrow, my friend, as we did win with the 9s here. Against what? They folded the river, so we don't know. But anyways. Good stuff. And we're back on 1.1 million in this spot, which is great. Lantorn15 with the follow on Twitch. Thanks so much. If you guys wouldn't mind following wherever you're watching, whether that's Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook, if you're not already subscribed or following the page, that'd be cool. It's free to do that on every platform, and helps me out, you know? So thanks. Down to 3 tables, Pokerstaples, so should be ready to cook soon. Word. Sounds good, Rebecca. I'll talk to you on break in 3 minutes. We'll figure it out. We'll switch to laptop, went down to 2. Dope. I assume we'll be having chicken wings and rice later. Probably, because I think that's the protein we have. Could do flatbreads. Could do pasta. Whatever. I don't know. HJ Tracy, what's up, yo? Good luck in the 162, Jamie. Thank you. You on my table, HJ Tracy? Got some real good tournaments going on here. A bunch of mystery bounties. And then we're 4 of 9 in the 320 millions 8 max, which means think we're going to get a final table here. The big bounty's still there. We lost 2 of the mins. Let's go. Average bounty's up to 773 now. That's great news. And I think it'll combine us to a final table in a second here. Let's see. I'm already on to day 2, so hopefully see you there. Yeah. Working on it, yo. Got a chance tonight, and then what are my chances tomorrow? Let's see, millions. Looks like I have a chance at 1 o'clock, and then that's it. I think. Yeah, 1 o'clock is my last chance, but tomorrow. But hopefully we don't need it. We're going to make it through tonight. Be good. Holy smokes, final table. We're down to 8. Oh my goodness, and the bounty goes up. Final table hype of the 320 8 max mystery bounty. Coming into the final table, we are 4 of 8. We have a potential bounty right now on the line. The average bounty amount is 773, which is actually a pretty big deal in relation to the prize pool. We have a reshove here. It's worth like a lot of cashing. There's 2 mystery bounties. This is a gamble. We cover both with 10s. Holy smokes. It's a gamble. Good luck us. Okay, kings, unfortunately, so we're screwed. This is the bigger pot as well, so we just need a 10. We just need a 10, dude. Okay, this bounty's gone. That'll knock us down to about 400,000. It is a min bounty for 150. Okay. Damn, dude. All right. So at the final table now, 7 of 7, maybe? No, we actually still covered 2 people. We're 5 of 7. This is fine. This is okay. 5 of 7, 556 cashed, plus our bounties, which is 0. Let's get it. Also, double stack of the 55, 530 main event in action on starting stack. The 215 PLO, we're half stack, and then the 162, we've chipped up a little bit. Enjoy 5 minutes of highlights, Pokerstaples on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Stay with me. We just need to see that here, dude. Like, just nothing checks that raises pre. So we have to bet and hope they have a 6, basically. Because most of the time, they're just going to fold. 8 on the turn. I'm going to go for another small bet. If they have a 6, they're going to put in a raise. Right? It's so hard to have an ace. There's 3 of them here. We're trying to get them to continue with a king. You know? Like, and we want to bet a size where they're going to raise a 6. Or a straight. Fooled against what was probably a flush draw. Like, that sizing doesn't make any sense in theory, right? But in practice, they're going to raise trips. They're going to raise a straight. They don't really have anything else. and like bluff opportunities. So we have to bet small. Wow. All in call. Here we go. Ace, king, jack, 10, queen, jack. It's a mini bounty, so I kind of want the stack to go. This 225 is gone. Matty probably folds a lot of his range here, though. I mean, this bounty is not worth a lot. Ace queen calls against the ace 10. And, no. Sick. Oh. All right, 237 bounty. I mean, there's $800 in bounties available for Jazzor, so it's just a call. 10s, ace, queen, 5, 6. Nice, okay. We don't want to see Jazzor with the double knockout here. Okay, cool. So both the shorties double, Jazzor loses some chips there, and the bounties remain gettable for us. We lost Matty, and I didn't see how. Queen 10, ace 7, flop to flush draw. Turn to straight. Oh my god, dude. 500 bounty, we call with anything here. Flop 2 pair. Holy smokes. Check raise coming in. Okay, check raise. I mean, huge bounty in play. We flop 2 pair and we cover. I mean, this is what dreams are made of. And they've got to think this check raise range is like 5 or better, basically, which is pretty fun. Any flush draw, a bunch of straight draws. Come on, let's go, chat. $500 bounty coming our way. That's huge. Profit guaranteed on the day. Another winning Sunday. And we're down to 4, baby. Let's go. 700 plus 700. $1,400. It's just that easy, chat. It's just that easy. I think we can just jam King Jack here. Calling is an option too, but it just makes money jamming. And with the bounty, I think it's fine. Like, whatever, against, like, ace-8 or something, you know? I don't really care if they call or they fold. It doesn't really matter. King Jack does not win against the ace-queen, unfortunately. Are you calling me Nostradamus, man? Listen, man, I just do what I think is best. I'm going to call the c-bet here to the turn. Matty Ice with the 110 months. Get some love in the chat for your boy, Matty Ice. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you. Check. Too thin to value bet. King. Raise. Raise it into Murphy. Who folds? Wow. Raise, jam, call. This is going to be wild. We want tens to win, actually, so the bounty stays. That's what we want. 10. All right, we'll take the ladder. It's fine. There's a small bounty, too. It's all right. Jetsor goes for the raise. We're going to call here with 4s. I don't mind going 3-way with this hand in this spot. I think it's good. Scout Stealer Chris, what's up, man? Check here on the end. 4s. And just win at Showdown, which is great. I wonder what decided to... What's going on, chat? We're back. And continuing on our final table. Let's see if we can get it done and win some tournaments, yo. Queen Jack of the big blind. It's a whatever hand, but it's going to be worth defending against the chip leader, who's going to open really wide and try and flop a pair. C. Peterson calls. We call as well. Unfortunately, that sucks. It's okay. It's just, you know, we're not going to win. And I kind of wanted to win. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Raise an early position. We're just going to fold here. Just got back from a bike ride with a kid. How do you cook lettuce? Hope you had a great bike ride, dude. I'm thinking about whether I want to go on a bike ride tonight or not. Maybe. I might. Depends how warm it is when we finish in like 4 or 5 hours, but... We have the nuts, right? With the redraw. Pretty good. All right, and back to our final table. We're still 5 of 7. We still cover these two. The average bounty is $862. And our cash is $556, right? Like the regular prize pool, fourth is $1,000. And it goes up from there. So it's a pretty interesting scenario, right? So much of this mystery bounty is concentrated in this 3K as well. It's about the same as first place. When that's gone, the mystery bounties significantly go down in value. I find playing in chips more enthralling for new poker viewers, basically. That's why. That's why I got chips, Bree. On the go. Pretty fun turn for us here. Really should write to support, but for now I can confirm PokerStars works with Virtual Machine. Bro, party poker, man. Come on, Gold Steel. Party poker, brother. Join us in the streets. But all the best either way, man. Good luck. All right, take it down with the 10-8. Cool. Back to our FT. Only one, Jaime Staples won the League Cup today, 4-0. Spud, BCFC, Brud, what's going on, man? Congrats on shipping the League Cup, Spud. Always a pleasure to have you here, dude. What's new? What's going on? Crushing the football streets. You love to see it, man. You love to see it, Spud. Congrats, man. I don't know, Bet River, I guess, right? Whoa, not that much. Bet River with the ace seems fine. If they raise, we kind of don't believe them. We block this 6-7 straight and the nut flush, and they check the turn. The 5 is not going to complete too many things that wants to shove river now, except for like maybe ace 5. So yeah, I was going to call a bluff if it came in, but no bluffing. We good. 1.2 million. Chipping up in the 530. Let's go back to our main event of the moment, the 320 mystery bounty. And 10-4 is not going to cut it. I mean, if Marcel calls, I guess we could probably call, right? But it's a fold. Let's go to 55. We're going to c-bet in our 3-bet pot. Turns pretty bad. Oh, and the bounty's in play, but we can't do anything with 7-6 high, so we just have to fold. And look at our river. Check, though. Like, a lot of 2 pairs, back to straights, stuff like that. Wow, we're going to fold. Crazy as that is. We're just beating almost nothing when they pot the river like this on an ace. So, we out. Let's see what happens here, though. Oh no, we timed out with a set here. Ace 9, Ace 8, 7, 6. Damn it, dude. Looks like Ace 8's gonna get it. No, Ace 9's gonna get it. No, 7, 6 is gonna get it. Please be the tiny bounty. Alright, 359. And this was the shortest set. So now I'm the shortest by a lot, I think. And that's going to change right now. I didn't know that the 25 billionth hand dealt any cool plans on Party Poker. It's interesting. It is pretty close. It's kind of cool. Come on, let's go. Good start. Ship it. Let's go. 600,000. Not in a bountyable spot, but we do have 640 in the prize pool. And we're alive. We're chilling. This is good. Can't believe I folded top set here. It's so sad. This is close to an open, but I don't think there's a ton of incentive, especially when there's the big bounty in play. Average bounty is 946. 946 bucks. That 3K bounty is a big deal. Still coaching with the same time, but supply teaching now, hopefully to get a full-time teaching job soon as I've applied for a few jobs this week. Same team. Amazing, Spud. Congrats, man. That's exciting. Teaching and coaching, what a vibe. We're going to fold this. Congrats, man. Oh, the worst. The worst flop. Flop top pair with the decent kicker. We're going to call the c-bet from Joviano. Hey, King 3 off, dropping the 34-month resub. What's up, brother? A pleasure, man. Hope you're good. Hope you had a great time in the UK. Would have loved to have met you, but life is so busy. Didn't manage to get in any tournaments. Good luck as always. Hope you're crushing the day. Much love as always, my friend. Cheers, man. I'll be back a bunch this year if you find any time for sure. I'll be back. But thanks for the 34 months, regardless, man. Appreciate your support as always. I get it. Life is busy. Things happening. I understand, man. Appreciate you, King 3 off. Always, man. Thank you. Thank you very much, brother. Big barrel here of 283. This is really awkward. They bet on the flop 5 ways. All right, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to fold. Just going to fold to the double barrel. Seven deuce suited. Not a great hand, but cheap enough to call him in raise here. All right, let's hit some hearts. No dice. Thanks, bud. Yeah, I hope I get a big win, too. Even some small wins would be fine, though. I don't mind. Just some good results would be great. Deuce 6 is no good. Sir, where did you learn from poker from? Primarily the internet, but a long time ago, you know, and I continue learning, always learning as much as I can, but mostly the internet, man. Like video trading sites is where I really kind of cut my teeth in the early days of progressing. Pretty good flop for the King, Queen, Jack 10 with hearts. Against Fabio Becerra, who also has a 10 and has a 10-8 to pair. Oh no. We're out. Do we want to retry? It's a mystery bounty, so yeah, actually we will. Because there's no like bounties right now. Here we go. We try once again. Well, the 3 deuce. Big pot gone. Now we cover C. Peterson, which is pretty good. That we cover someone again, you know? You're very welcome, dude. How about Spurs making a cup final? What do you reckon their chances are? Me and some friends will certainly try to make the next event you're here for. How did you do in the last events here? Yeah, Spurs cup final, so exciting, man. I actually think they're a slight favorite over United, like very slight though. It could go either way, but I think based on beating them the last 3 times, I feel like they've got the slight edge, but you know. Maybe not 2. I don't know. It could go either way, right? I'm pretty excited, though. I'm nervous. I'm excited for it. And it went okay in London. I made 1 deep run in the mini main event. Cash for £930. Got like 15th maybe or 14th, something like that. But bricked the main and the high roller. So lost a tiny bit on the trip. But had a shot to win a solid amount. Like 15 grand or something for first, I think so. Gave myself a shot at getting a big return. Hopefully the next one. Fingers crossed. The next one is what we need, man. In Manchester. In June. Coming up soon. Like a month from now-ish, basically. Just a tiny bit more than a month. Starts on the 17th. For the 10-5. That's fine. The king-queen. We get 3-bet. We call... 3 to a royal flush, not folding yet. Show me a turn, Dottie. Okay. The turn sucks. So now there is some folds available. If they bet again, we'll fold. If they check, we should probably check. Yeah, I think that's fine. Oh, nice. The nuts. Speaking of the nuts, I've got the nuts on 2 tables. I mean, I guess we try and get 2 streets. We're just not going to, but we're going to try. Take it down against Gabriel. That's cool. They folded the river. We'll never know. And I think they folded the river over here as well when we had the nuts. Yeah. Okay. Back to our FT, though. We get a raise and a 3-bet here. We are 6 of 6, but if C. Peterson folds here, we'll cover them once again, which is cool. And they do fold. Nice. And we got ace king. Raise out of the gun. We are all in. Good luck. Hold. Hold it. Oh, dodge it. Let's go. 848, baby. Come on now. We're in this thing once again, dude. We covered 2 people now. Let's go. Calling the PLO is fine. Oh, we're drawing dead if they have aces, right? Got the nut flush draw, but we could be drawing dead. Check. Check. I'm going to fold, honestly. I think we're drawing dead, especially when they bet 1/10. It's like, you've just got the goods, okay? If you started playing today, how would you start? It would depend on like what my life was like outside of poker, but I'd probably start by playing a bunch of different poker games, different genres of poker, cash games, tournaments, spins, sit and goes, Parliament Omaha, no limit hold'em, and I'd play really small stakes for an amount of money that was reasonable for me, you know, like, so let's say that $100 was like a reasonable sort of expenditure over the course of a month. I'd take $100 and I'd play like $1 and $2 tournaments. I'd play like $5 cash games. I'd play like $3 and $1 spins and try out and see what I liked, and then also try and figure out like what I need to learn, like what I don't know yet. And then I'd probably consume content, watch a bunch of videos on poker, watch some streams, read about poker on the internet a little bit, you know. I think I would just kind of get acclimatized with the world of poker. That's what I would do personally. And then, you know, start to focus in a little bit more once you have your footing in some sense. Guess what I got over here? Queens in the 530. Also 12th in the Sunday party, looking for that day 2 as well. Good luck, Jamie. Damn, the double day 2 tomorrow could be pretty sick, man. Good luck. Ooh. Diogo opens B. Castro 3 bets. In a flat in position. I don't really want to get this in. You know what I mean? Like right now. Seems like a mistake. Frazier overcalls. Wow. And we flop middle set. Well, I think we just get stacked by aces here and lick our wounds. I don't know what else to do. Of course, they don't always have aces. They sometimes aces, they sometimes kings, they sometimes ace king, sometimes they have ace 5 suited that just made 2 pair. There's all sorts of stuff they can have, but I think the answer is clear for us. With flopping second set in a 3-bet pot, you don't fold, right? You just don't fold. As much as you want to be a hero and make the insane read that they have only aces, you can't. And I hope to show you why you can't in a second, when they jam all in and we call and they've just got ace king. But they check. And we bet. And they fold. Okay, 1.7 million in the main, which is good. It smells delicious. I'm pretty hungry. I'm really excited for this. Thanks to Rebecca for making lunch. Pretty hungry at the moment, for sure. I don't know, call here, right, with the set, and we were doing really well. Oh, we still are. Okay, they don't make a straight, right? Nice. I thought for a second they made a straight and we chopped, and I'm like, nah, dude. Nah. Take it down there, which is good. We are, like, things are going pretty well now. Things are definitely trending in the right direction, I'd say. Six, seven, not worth it. Even with C. Peterson in the big blind, it's just a really bad hand, I think. Ace deuce king 5. I don't know who we want to win here. I think that's fine, right? Keep the bounty on the table. We cover both of them now. Oh no, we don't actually. We don't cover Neil's. And it's pretty awkward actually with sixes. What we do. I think we're gonna fold. There's only one player we really want to play against. It's not like amazing to raise call. This sort of hand goes down in ICM value, but we could stack off against these two. Like raise call sixes. I think it's best to just fold here, actually. It's kind of crazy, but I think that's the right decision. Ace king, ace jack. Ace jack scoops it. Bounty's gone. Be a small one. Be a small one. All right, that's fine. It's not the smallest, but it's small enough. So the average bounty goes up in value now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. 2 of them are decent. We're up to 776 in the prize pool, but the average bounty is worth more than that, right? 982. Pretty fun, man. Mystery bounties are a fun tournament. I really like small field mystery bounties as well. It's just good fun. King 10's all right. Definitely going to call against a min raise here. We cover that opponent, so let's see how it goes. But Elias could ruin it here with some action, and they do. 3-7 is not good enough to play. Oh, we might have to get in this hyper right away. Yeah, 162 hyper PKO. We got to play right now. It's going in on table 3. Add it to the list. Matty ice on our table there. Wow. Jack 10 makes a straight up to 1.6 million for Niels now. We just cover one opponent. Elias still the chip leader, but I don't know what we want there. Probably a bust out, and it's a min bounty is preferred, I would say. 7-8's not going to be it. That's just not the one. Let's go up to the main event for a second. We get a 3.5x raise. We call, and we flop top pair, second kicker. Pretty damn nice flop for our hand. Here's B. Castro. And they check fold. All right. We gamble here with top pair, bad flush draw. A lot of two pair outs though. Against the nut flush draw. Oh. Just smash the flush on the turn. GG in the PLO. We outie. We outie. And we have an all-in here who will almost cover us if they just get this shove through, but we still have them by 8,000 chips for now. Oh, it smells so delicious, man. It smells so good. Ten-4 suited. Can't call a jam. Can definitely call a min-raise, though, if we get the opportunity. This will knock us below this opponent for sure with the bounties, but, you know, trying to win the tournament as well. Get a call there. We call. It is a little weak, to be honest, multi-way. Changing my mind. Gonna fold. Would have flopped top pair. Let's see how it would have worked. Certainly would have been an all-in moment. Checks through on the flop. Queen would have made things complicated. Well, I'm definitely glad I folded now. I hope Elias finds the hero call and knocks them down to 844. That'd be sweet. Or finds the river raise. Be even better. No. Threes. Beautiful. Fold to us. Fold. It won't. They're going to jam and we fold. But Dalmas goes for the min raise. It's going to be a fold against that. They've been pretty snug, honestly. Not a spot where we want to run it against this range. And they're always going to call, and we're going to be flip at best, right, with threes. So, yeah, we fold. We fold, sadly. Pretty, but can't jam for 10 blinds. Nines we open in the main, we get 3-bet, we call, and we flop a set. Let's go, Frazier. Have aces, Frazier. Come on. Good spot for a check raise, too. When they have aces, kings, or queens, they're not going to fold on this board. Ooh, they go for a big bet. Which makes this just a jam, I think, right? They're just going to call with aces, kings, or queens here, which is good. So let's go for it. They fold. Okay. And we're going to fold 3-5 to the all-in from Elias. Because it's 3-5. It's not very good. If it folds to us, we'll jam Jack 10, but it won't. We're going to raise into the gun. We're going to fold. But in the main event, we're on double stack, which is really good. It's a great spot to be right now. Big bet. Really big bet. Rebecca, thank you. How are your tables going?
I don't have any.
You have no tables. I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you. All right, chat. I'm going to have a bit of lunch here in a second. Just going to stir this in and let it cool a bit. And another great hand in the main event with Ace Jack. Oh, I wish we could just find a double up in the 320. You know, it'd be huge. Still possible to make a run in this tournament. You know, one double up, we're on 18 blinds. It's just no big deal. We just kind of got to find a hand is the only thing. No dice. Ace Jack raise, gets through. All right. No good with the 6-5 either. Do we defend here? Probably. It's kind of tough here, but I think we need to defend. We're very short. So it's just cheap in relation to what we can win, and we're not risking a lot behind is the thing. The problem against defending is now they cover us even after going through the blinds, which kind of sucks. You know. Okay, so we're on 5 blinds. Probably not going to take lunch break until this 5 blinds resolves to a lot more or a lot less. It's just too intense. It's too intense of a moment. Oh, I wish I had some bounties too. Niels opens, Elias calls. They fold streets. Here we go. Ace Queen, let's go. All right, good luck us. Big spot, daddy. Flipping for 650, big pot. Oh, the nuts. Let's go, chat. The nuts, 650. All right, we covered this opponent big time now. Not like we're in a good spot all of a sudden, but, you know, we're in a much better spot. I don't think we want to do anything here. Especially with this shorter stack. I had to re-enter the 162. Run into kings with queen 10 suited. Ace 9, queen 8. Oof. Oof. Oh, be a min bounty, dude. Be a tiny bounty. Be a 150. It's a 1K. All right. Not the one we wanted to see. Still fine. There's the 3K bounty, and then there's 3 really small ones. And we're down to 4. So 1,000 cash in the prize pool, which is fun. But the average bounty is now 967. So it stays about the same, actually. Even though it's slightly above that, we're down to 4, so. There's no HUDs on Party Poker. Art costs a lot. On the global Party Poker, there's no HUDs that work. They are not allowed. You're allowed to run it because other sites you can use a HUD, but they just don't work on Party Poker because there's no sort of live hand histories that are running through. Okay, I'm going to have to take out the face cam and have a bit of dinner here because it's going to get cold and we need some energy. But we're down to 4-handed. In this 320 mystery bounty, there's still the big bounty in play. And it could be ours. So I'm here, obviously. Oh, well, never mind. I have ace king. Never mind. I'm all in. Here's a reshove. Give us the double, Dottie. Against king 9, give us the double. No. Yes! Yes! Let's go! 1.1 million, baby. We're in this thing to win it. We cover this opponent. Let's get it. I'm taking out the face cam. Back after dinner. Stay with me. Oh. Dude, hold. For the love of God, hold it. Hold it! Come on, let's go, chat. 2 million, baby. We're in second place. Let's go. Let's go. Having dinner. Be back. No! No, the 3K bounty, dude. Three-handed. All right. Thanks for waiting with me while I had dinner. Obviously, that 3K bounty now is gone, so the average bounty is what? $289. Oh man, $3,000 is gone. That sucks. But it'll happen sometimes. And we're three-handed, so $13.93 cashed. Next pay jump is up to 2K, and there's 3K for the win. Let's make it count. Let's go all the way. Go the distance. Appreciate you one and all. Blind versus blind. We call with King 8 here. Queen Jack 10 flop. We flop an open ender. And also a board that's actually not going to be too bad for us here. Typically, you'd think Elias is going to like this board, but when they 3x raise and the stacks are this way, we're going to have a bunch of like one pair Queen Jack 10x hands that aren't going to be looking at folding, basically. And I think we can represent that here after a check on the flop. Just bet the turn. And they call, and river's a 3, and I think bet the river is a good idea. Like flatting, potentially induce. Potentially induce, and also don't really want to call the 4-bet all in. I mean, we could, but it's also nice to induce here. Now we're going on break after this hand. I know you guys just had a break, but I need to go grab a drink. You bet there. We're going to fold. Okay. Back in 4 minutes. Three-handed in the 320 mystery bounty. Double stack in the 530 main. 1.5 stacks in the 162 multi-day. Good spots. Be right back. 4-6. No bluff on the turn. Interesting. Raise bluff, queen deuce. And we go to a monochrome flop. Good flop, but check back. Check again. Can we value bet? Too thin, probably. Probably too thin, maybe, against some opponents, but probably too thin. And we take the lead. Oh my goodness, we flop 2 pair. Murph pots it. I'm going to make a crazy play. I'm going to shove. Reason being, I'd love for Murph to call with an ace. We'd also love the hand to end right now. We'd love it. We don't want to let them draw with flush draws. We don't want to let them draw with like ace 7. Stacks are really awkward, and against this type of player, we can just go ham and expect them to call too much. So we make a really weird call. I mean, this is illustrative as to why I shoved there, right? This is an all-in jam pre for 50 blinds, 3-handed, you know? Don't really want to jam, don't want to 3-bet folds. 3-bet calling is too wide, so we'll just call. I don't think I mind check raising here. Take it down. The only thing that gets a little awkward is if they jam all in. What do we do? Been on the flop called, turn, and open ender. They barrel, we call. Pretty interesting, because an ace is not likely here. Okay, well, I don't think an ace is likely here, and here's why. On the flop, you don't really want to value bet for that sizing, and if you do, you don't want to value bet the turn. It's too much, right? So we 3-bet, get a call. This is going to be all in by the turn, I think. Especially with our hand of king 5, we can get them to fold better kings and ace highs by the turn. And if we bet and they raise, we call. But they fold, okay. So if we think about sort of blind versus blind, what are they going to do? Whoa, 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 slow down. Go to this flop, right? They bet 30,000, okay. So you could value bet with an ace high here, but it's already thin. Like most of the time you're going to start with a check call here for what it's worth. But they bet, that's fine. Turn, they bet 98,000. What ace high wants to bet this turn? Is it a value bet? Is it a bluff? I don't know. They don't know either. So we call, you know. And then the river completes. Oh, yeah, no, it does complete the straight. Yeah. So, like, if you make the straight, you're betting, right? Because you shouldn't have an ace here. So, like, you should value bet because you should value bet. If I have an ace, I'm going to call. And how many 6s do I have? Not that many. Okay. That's fine. Check. Murph, go crazy, brother. I got top pair. Let's see a pot from you, Murph. Oh. It's fine. They don't always have ace high, but it's not the turn we want to see. Okay. Gonna call. See if Murph lets us see a flop for 5 blinds here. Mark Maker, what's up, man? A pleasure to have you here, Mark Maker. What's going on? We have a gutter. 4. 6 might be the goods here. Let's see. Oh, let's go! $268 bounty, and we're heads up against Murph. We're heads up, chat. All right, so that was 4s, Jack 9, and 6-5. All right, let's go, dude. Okay, huge raise from Murph. So the heads up match is double this, double this. So it's 1,100 here plus 650. So 1,750. Is that right? 1,750 heads up, and we've already cashed for 2,500. So yeah, it'll be a lot of money for first if we can win first. We've got work to do against Murph. We've got an extensive history. All right, Murph. We're going to have to wait to find out how that ends because look at this. Catch me outside. How about that? We've got ace queen 3-handed back in the millions. All right, raise, take it. That's fine. We're all pretty close together. I mean, Elias has the lead, but Niels and I are pretty close, so should be an interesting three-handed battle. In the main event, we have double stack, so really good spot. 3x raise we call. Good flop for us to float on, I'd say. Could also consider raising here, but would we ever raise a 4? Probably not. I think what I'm going to do with this hand is fold to a turn bet, but if they check, I'm going to check back and bet the river. And the river bet will be targeting like queen high, jack high, 10 high sort of hands. I don't really want to bet now because I think they're going to check call with a ton of ace X. Some 4s are going to go for a check raise. It's just really hard to get them to fold here, I think. So I like bluffing with this hand, especially where we have like no outs, basically. I like bluffing with this hand on the river. That river may change things. It does change things because now we're 9s and 4s with an ace kicker, so we play the board. We can get them to try and fold a chop. But the math doesn't work out. And when they bet, we should fold for sure. Unfortunate. Okay. Pretty big raise from Niels. We'll limp call with queen 9, which is, you know, it's a decent hand. Bet's too big on jack some 4 to continue. Set of 7s with a big pot there. Unlucky for Gabriel F. And these will be the last 5 tables because all the millions events are done after this. It starts up again tomorrow, of course. We'll be on tons this month, but these are the last 5 for us, I believe. Pretty big pot, 1 million in there. And a bluff catch from the trip 8s, which puts them tied and puts us in a clear 3rd. Or no, Niels actually has a big lead now. Elias basically just flipped spots with Niels there. Not a great spot to bluff here either. We have almost no equity. Like all our backdoor flush draws are like gut shots. You know, our 1 over cards, they're better bluffs than 7-5. If you're going to bluff this hand, it's a good spot to bluff the river. But honestly, I don't like it, especially against this opponent. I don't think we want to have a huge... we don't want to have a huge bluffing range in this spot, I think. So... All right. This could be our double up moment here. Four bet, I think, is the right way. Good luck us. Flipping for the marbles, dude, for the chip lead. For the chip lead. Gotta dodge it. Gotta dodge the ace, king, and the 5. Come on, chat. Let's go. We got the lead, baby. Come on, chat. Come on, chat. Let's go. I don't mind stabbing here. We have a pretty good hand to stab with, like 2 overcards, but just barely overcards. Not going to win a showdown sort of stuff. Deuce of the turn. I'll check. Excuse me. Wow. What a flop for ace-8, right? And we win. That's easy enough. Was ready for action there, though, chat, for sure. Was definitely ready for action there. But half pot, I think we should continue. Especially with their button raising range, I think it's fine. Turn brings a lot of draws, and they go quick check, check. Check the river. I don't know, fold the overbet. Three nine is pretty trash on the button. Fold that one. But the king queen up here is not a fold, Alan. Everything we got, brother. Take it down. All right. Heads up pot between these two. And defend. A bit of a weird flop here. It depends on bet sizing, and they bet too big. We fold. But if they bet like 90,000 or something, then we are going to continue there. The queen of spades. Okay. Limp, we check. They bet flop, we call. This is definitely a continue to at least the river, but on the river it can get a little interesting if they go bet, 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 you know? They check, we check, I think. Too thin to value bet here. You could, but like you don't need to. I think check down is probably better. Beat jack 8. The ground of this final table is wild. We are putting in the kilometers, so to speak. Nice hand, Ace 88. Thank you. TX on Facebook. Thanks for the bravo. Thanks for the bang. Thanks, everyone. We are all in the 162 hyper. Hyperific. Take it down. Jay, jeez, man. Saying on Maddie's stream, these real name tourneys are funny. Some guy KO'd me, found me on Facebook, and texted me calling me a dumb C word. Wow. That is truly unhinged. Unbelievable, bro. Unlucky? I mean, sounds like a well-adjusted individual. Yep, casino dude. Yeah, exactly. In Montreal at the moment. We'll be between Montreal and the UK this year. Primarily. Look at all three of us tied here, man. Look at the three musketeers. Raise for value, I think it's fine here. We haven't done any raising against Elias. This is a hand you can check back and you can raise both. Flop, I'm just going to bet because checking back, this hand does not do too well checking back, especially when we raised pre. I think we should just c-bet. Turn our hand into a bluff on a 4, on a deuce, on a king, and probably on a jack. The 10 is not a terrible card in that sometimes we catch them floating if the board pairs twice. So this is not a bad card. Check, check would be good, but they bet pretty big. We just fold. Ace 9 suited is good. I'll raise this one. We have aces and sevens with a queen kicker. Unfortunately, we chop against all other aces, of which there's a decent amount. Oh my god, dude. We have 630,000. Well, it's just not a bluff. Wow. So we'd have to call 630 to win half of this. Fold. Pretty sick, but yeah, I don't think we can do anything there. We can do something here, I'll tell you that. Whoa, King Jack just 3-bet called for 30 blinds. What the heck is this? For 4 million, baby. Let's go. Holy smokes, man. That was crazy. All right. King 7 suited. We got a million chip lead on Elias. Check back with King 7. Not quite good enough to raise for value. Not quite good enough. Check, check. What would betting accomplish? Like, I don't think it would, like, maybe folding up 2s and 3s, right? Like, not a lot. Check down, beat 3-8 suited. Fine. Onwards. Do you want to jam here? Average bounty is 289, which is not a lot in relation to the prize pools. I think I'd just fold, actually. Oh, you could limp, but I think fold's all right. The standard is going to be limp. I just think with our dynamic, it's probably not a good idea to limp ultra wide, you know? Like, they just, feels like they just tilted off King Jack a bit. Yeah, check ace 4 this time. Same thing, ace 3, ace 4. You can raise sometimes, check sometimes. Give me a good laugh. Probably the most PG of what he did call me, some entertainment on a Sunday night. Yikes. Yikes, dude. Chill out, mans. That's ridiculous, Jay. I mean, if you're taking it the same way I was, it's like you're saying, it is good entertainment. For some people, it would really tilt them, in which case, I'm sorry you had to deal with it. But I think it's pretty good memes. People get steamed up about losing a tournament. I think it's hilarious. Open the jam, we fold. We pick up a nice pot in the 530 with a flush, which is cool. So we're up to 2.7 million in the main. King 7, we shove, get called by King 10. Not good, dude. But it's a 7, so fine. We'll just double up. It's no problem. Back to the three-handed where we are in the chip lead. The 3 bounties available are 568, 150, and 150. What's sad vibes in it? All the big ones are gone, dude. So it's basically 1393 and then 2,000 for second and 3,000 for first. And some change. Limp Jam is surprising, honestly. Ace 10 against 6s, both great hands. Set of 6s. Be the 150 bounty. We're heads up though. 2,000 cash. We got a heads up battle. And it's the big bounty, dude. So basically there's 300 of bounties left and we play heads up for $1,000 bucks. So it's a $1,300 heads up match here. $1,350. But we've already cashed for 2,000. Pretty good. I mean, solid result. Pair of 5s is fine. Queen is kind of nice because there's a lot of turn cards that we get to continue on, you know? Like a jack, a queen, obviously, a king, a club. There's a lot of decent stuff that can develop. Pot size bet, and I'll fold. Paix de Montréal, j'habite ici à Montréal, dans le sud-ouest. J'adore le Montréal. La ville de mon corps, the city of my heart. It's a special place, man. I like it here. Continue with the King of Hearts here. It's pretty good. King of the turn is just great news for us. Turning top pair. I think we got snapped on the river or no? Yeah, called by Jack 6. As the tie continues. Heads up. Raise to 454. This is a great spot. We're just going to call and probably call down here. I mean, Jack is a bad turn. Queen is not great. The rest are pretty fine. 5's good. We're not even too worried about ace X, right? Because ace is probably not going to check raise on the flop. It'll just call. We're going to call the 4-bet against Sebastian with ace-king, like quite deep here. I don't really want to get it in. And a bit of 8-17. We'll call again. Sebastian bets really small. We call for a quarter. Still beating all the broadways that are going to bet. And yeah, our hand's pretty good. Hopefully it's not aces now because we just turned great. And our king 10 on the river. I think it's a stack off. They check. We check. Too thin to value bet here. Beat jack 9, which is good. Call off. It is aces in the 530. Sadly, that turn is going to cost us. We did our best to like get out of the way, but we just couldn't do anything. We're back to starting stack in the 530, sadly. Oh, sadly. But, c'est la vie. It happens sometimes, man. Good 2-1 chip lead now in the heads up, but lost 1.5 million in the 530. That's a really big raise, 6x. No dice with the aces, sadly. Look, bro, thank you, Ahmed. Appreciate it. I'm going to try and steal here. Could also wait to a later street with this hand. I kind of regret doing this, actually. I think maybe it would have been better to wait. But now that I have bet, and I picked up a flush draw, we want to bet again. And just hit a spade on the river. Preferably fold, but if you don't fold, let's just hit a spade. Give up. It's just, like, you could bluff with this hand, but it's just not a good spot to do so, especially when the board pairs, like, terrible spot. Call with 10-7. Pretty good flop for 10-7. They bet just under half. Call. Queen is not the best turn. We definitely continue still, but Ahmed, was nice to see you in Aspers and meet your brother. Cheers, man. Cheers. Yeah, I had a great time there, man. Really, really fun community, good casino. It was great. Pretty big bet, but it's a peel once again. This is not a great turn, but second pair is too strong, heads up to fold at this stage. River's a jack. It's too bad. We have to give up on this river, and it's not a bad spot for them to bluff. He goes check, check. They have kings, and we're back to tied once again. Try to get the showdown with the king here is fine. Not a bad bluff spot, I'd say. Take it down, which is good. Let's just do a quick side sweat here. We're all in with ace queen in the hyper. 6 of 12, 9 pay. It's a bounty tournament. We need an ace or a queen, chat. Or a jack. No. Oh, that is for a lot of chips as well. That's for a real good chance to win that tournament for like $2,000 there as well. It's too bad. Limp call with 3-2 suited. Flop a flush. Pretty good. Pretty good news. I think mostly calling here, though, on the monochrome board. They check, we bet. I think pretty obviously. Strike a demane, so beats. Cheers, man. Glad you like it. I like it, too. 2-pair. A pretty vulnerable 2-pair as well. I like putting in a larger size check raise on this board. Because my opponent has all sorts of like 10x, but then also like straight draws. And there's a lot of bad turns that kill our action. So I'm going to put in a pretty sizable check raise here. Turns a 6. And we take it down. A limp there. Sorry, just in a few pots at once. I don't mind betting with this hand. With the king of clubs, right? King 3, not going to win a showdown very often. We have a lot of good turn rivers with that backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw sort of hand. They limp. We're going to raise, bluff the 7-4. Take that. Limp call here. Really playable hand post flop with the suit. Depends on sizing, out of position here. Pretty uncomfortable, but I don't think we want to raise call this one. So I'm going to check. It's a pretty strong hand to check for what it's worth, but I think that's fine. Tough spot on the river if they bet turn, but goes check, check. River's a queen. Flop a flush draw, jack high, which is fine. Stacks are not great for a check raise here, I'd say. I think I'll mostly play a call. So easy for them to put us on bluffs when we check raise on this board with how much is going on. Full to the pot size bet. It was too big. 7 completes some of those draws, right? Not the ones we have, but could have been some of the ones that they had. I don't know. Just a beauty turn. I think 1 bet and then check river probably. But now we have 2 pair, and I think we have another value bet here. Yeah, I was thinking against a jam. Life is pretty tough here, but I think fold is good. Hearts get there, which is fine, but I don't think most people are going to turn ace X of hearts into a bluff. They could turn king X of hearts into a bluff, which we don't have, right? But that's not that many hands, is it? Well, let's think about what happened on the turn here. They check call the turn, which like doesn't give them queen jack, right? It's a bit of a problem for them is that they can't really have queen jack with this line. Nice double up in the main. And they can have hearts, but they need to have hearts that didn't bet by now. So like king X of hearts. But the naked 1 heart king could turn itself into a bluff. Maybe we need to call here. I don't know. The problem is that it's really hard to rep queen jack. And most hearts just play more aggressively than this. All right, I'm going to call. I'm not sure on this. I really don't know, but their line isn't making a ton of sense, I think, going check call on the turn. Let's go. Come on, chat. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, you'll love to see it, dude. 300 in bounties, 3,034 in the prize pool. Now, this player did win more than us in the tournament. They got in bounties the 3K bounty, the 2250 bounty, the 1K bounty. So they won more money in the tournament. But we did win the tournament. And we do have a profitable day. Locked up on the board. Millions online. We won a tourney. Let's go, chat. Come on now. Let's go. Ship it. Ship it, man. That feels good, dude. Highlight coming soon. If you missed some of that run. It's a pretty good one, I think. I think it's a pretty damn good one. Hell yeah. All right, now we got the 5:30 main event. Got the 162 multi-day, where you play till in the money. And then we have the 55 mini-main playing to the money as well. What's up, Beef Stew? 409. There's an OG in the house. Good to see you. What's up, dude? Not sure how long you've been streaming, but glad to see you. Thanks, man. Yeah, been here today 5 hours, maybe? 5 hours, yep. Pleasure to have you here, man. Nice to be on the grind. King 5 off is going to be a fold, I think. Yeah, man. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Jamie Fan Club in the house as well. What's up, man? Hello, Jamie Fan Club. Good to see you. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Thanks for the good luck, Tal. Ace King 6s for 2 million here. Good start in the 55 mini main. Get it done. Ship it. Double up there to 2 million. Reg is closed on this, so we play down to 35 players in the 55. And there's 62 left. Reg still open on the 530 jokes. Closed now. Play down to 32 players here as well. There's 86 left. We play till in the money of both of these. I should actually make sure that's true. Tournament will end when 15% of the field remains. Remaining players will have their chip stacks automatically uploaded to day 2. You can play multiple day 1 stacks. However, the largest stack will be taken to day 2. We go to the summary. If we're playing down to 15%, we're going to be in the money, right? For sure. And I guess the mystery bounties will start when we're in the final phase of the tournament. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Call the 3-bet with ace queen. It goes check, check on the flop. We check the turn. Is fine. Let's go. Big W chat. Big W chat. Big W's. Let's go. Big W's, baby. Big overbet here from Patrice. We fold. Big W's, baby. King 3 off. Just saying, bro. Says King 3 off. What a hand. What a hand, right? GG, nice call. Thanks, man. Well done, though, bro. Well F played. Thanks, man. Thank you. Feels good to win that one, dude. That's fun. And we still got some good sweats. I mean, it's nice to have a profitable day locked up on the board. We still got 3 tables. We need a hype soundbite of race cars whipping by like the beginning of a remix rap song when Jamie wins events. Let's go. Gonna check out for tonight. Good luck. Have fun in the remaining ones. Thanks, Gold Steel. Cheers, man. Thank you. Yeah, all these are 2-day events. I think I'm going to stick around for a while, but I may tap out at some point just because we play till in the money in all 3 of these. But we got to come off that victory anyways. What a call. Thanks, man. Thank you. That was fun, dude. And someone was asking if I'm an aggressive poker player or not. It's like, I don't know. You know, when it gets down to like 3, 4, 5-handed like that, like we can ninja our short stack and come back from the depths of despair with like no chips. We were definitely in last with like 5 left, right? And with 4 left and with 9 left and with 8 left and a bunch. But, you know, when you get the spots, you can mix it up. It just depends on what opportunities are in front of you, I think, you know? Been a long time since I've been in a Staples stream. Just clicked in and boom, winner. Let's go. Big C, that's me. Welcome, brother. How are you, man? Good to see you in the house. Great call with 2 pair. I appreciate how you explained your thought process behind the call. Thanks, man. Yeah, the check call on the turn is really the big part of that, right? When they check call the turn, it's really hard for them to have 2 pair or straights on the river because they're going to mostly want to check raise the turn with those sort of hands. So it's representing a pretty narrow range, I think, of hands. But sometimes they're just going to have it there and we're going to lose. But Thankfully, enough of the time, I think they don't have it. The Montreal Victoire are in their 4th overtime. Women's hockey. What the hell? What do you mean they're in their 4th overtime? That's insane. Wow. Wild. Let's go, Stapes. What's up, Will Warner? Thank you, brother, for the let's go. It's been a good day, dude. Been a really good day. Had a great time streaming today. And we got 3 chances at day 2s here and some filthy stacks. So let's see if we can get it done. Poker's been so brutal today for me. I'm sorry to hear that. Gorgeous emu. Huge fields today, right? Like really big fields, so definitely can be like that sometimes. King 6, Queen 9, covering for a bounty. No, dude, absolutely not. Oh, I don't have room for complaints anymore, though. All right, aces. Let's get the chips now. We'll be fine. We're gonna call. We want to keep Timu Octio in the pot with that $75 bounty, but they fold. So we're gonna do a flop of Queen 9-3. Check raise is fine. And no more action. That's fine. Ace king. Renato Almeida calls. Tomas calls. Thomas. Queen, Jack, Jack flop. Pretty bad for ace king. I kind of want to figure out where I can watch this Montreal Victoire overtime, dude, to be honest with you. I think I need to figure this out. Maybe I can pull it up on my phone. My kicker plays here, so... Oh, you know, I think it's on YouTube, actually. The PWHL, I feel like, is... I feel like they stream on YouTube, but I could be wrong. No, not available here. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out, man. I'm gonna find it. So kings is pretty good. Queen 9-4 flop with 2 spades is pretty good as well. There's a lot of draws. Making a call, jack on the turn. I think keep betting here. Deuce of clubs on the end. Are we too thin on the end? Probably too thin for a value bet here. Lose to a flush. All right. It is on TSN, but can I find it on TSN? That's the question. Come on, tell me I got it. Tell me I got it, dude. I got it. That's crazy. All right, nice. Anyways. And I'm caught up on all the chat still. Everyone is settling into dulcet tones late in the session, or what? That's fair. That's fair enough. Ace 10? Oh. Oh, it's over. It's over. They won. It's over. They won. Let's go. Sick. Congrats to them. Pretty good. Do we get action? Yep, we do. Set no good. Let's go, broski. What's up, Marco? How are you, man? We got a good stack here. Looking good to make day 2. 35, make it. 35, make it. 57 left. And in our 5:30 main events, we are chipped down a little bit, but fine. Fine. Then the 162 we're at start stack. King 10-5. We're going to check back with our top pair worst kicker. Turns a deuce. That's pretty good. Bit of 60,000. Wow. Small, but I think when we check back flop, we need to call turn. And then bet river with our 2 pair. What a day, dude. So fun. And thank you all for being here, man. What a great stream in terms of viewership as well. Got up to about 400 at one point, won a tournament. Things are good, man. Thank you all so much. Queens against Jacks all in the main event. Queens take it down, Kenneth. As you would expect. Hey, what's up, Great Bluff? How are you? Good to see you in the house. I hope you had a great day out there today. If you played, I'm assuming you did. I hope you and family are good. Okay, and we're going on break after this hand. When we come back, great stack in the mini main, chilling on starting stack and above starting stack at the 5:30. Okay, so enjoy 5 minutes of highlights here on the Pokerstaples channel, and I'll just be back in a few minutes. Okay, stay with me. Oh, Murph. Queens and tens with a king kicker? Bro, this is full of crap, dude. It's so sick because he might be value betting at ace, but I'm just going to call it the king because probably not. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go, man. Queens and tens with the king, baby. Oh, don't do it, Murph. Thank goodness. You can do it now if you want. You can just jam it in now. It's fine with me. All right, we're going to bet the turn. Pretty sizably. It's pretty strong, but we call. You know, it's a pretty good hand. Oh. Oh, the turn 2 pair. We're tied with Murph, dude. Oh. Turn 2 pair. I think their range is going to contain some worse stuff, but kind of wish they would have check raised the flop. You know, it makes it easier. Check the flop. We bet the turn with top pair. And check the river. A little too thin. Take it down. Back into the lead. Barely. We're going to continue playing this strategy because I think it's going pretty well. Where basically we're playing like pre-flop very passively. And then post-flop playing to our advantage in that I think we're able to get a decent read on our hand strength in relation to Murph's. Check, check. Pot control, 2 pair. Let's go, baby. Bit of half pot. I think we want to raise here. It's possible Murph has a monster, but it's not very likely they have better than 2 pair. You know what I mean? 9 of clubs on the river is a terrible card. Completes a ton of draws. It's a terrible card. Half pot. Okay, we call. But I'm not happy, but we call getting 3-1 for sure. Beat 40s. Let's go. Let's go. If Murph jams there, I fold. And I was worried about it. We call. 4x raise. Jam. All in. Against ace-9. Hold it. For the title, baby.
For the title, baby. Come on now, chat. 1-2. No berry.
No problems. Let's go. Like I said, chat, it can be triple first place. Here's your proof. 4,319.50 for first place in the tournament. Super 22. It's us, baby. Screenshot it. That's going live on Zitter. Ho! Come on now. Ship it, man. What a great win. Everything went our way on that final table, but also we had a good spot. Heads up, I think, because we just kind of, we were able to get a really solid read on what was going on in Murph's hands, you know? 4,500 is our cashes on the day, minus 1,322. $3,200 profit divided by 6.5 hours, call it 7, $4.50 an hour, baby. I'll admit, chat, I am running good. I mean, you're not going to hear me say I'm not. I am. There's no question. I'm sucking out a lot. All right, so we are on the soft bubble here. So I'm going to put it in a bubblegum felt. Here, we called in the big blind with king, queen suited. You can 3-bet too, but I called. We led the flop. They call. We're going to continue betting on the turn. Their 2 overs, our flush draw, but also a board that like just looks like it's for us. You know what I mean? We take it out. Also, we're soft bubble here, the 33, so let me change that to bubble felt. Too much is being kind, you know? Decent flop for king 9. 231 call to the turn. Thank you, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Good luck. Check, check, and check the river I think is cool too. Hopefully we just win a showdown with king, or with the 9, excuse me. We do. I think it's nice hold. Okay. Bit of lunch here, fam. Oh, looks delicious. Be back in a few minutes. Enjoy your peace, dude. Holy crap, we got a lot of chips, man. Big pot with ace king against ace queen there. We're up to 10 million chips. 4 of 22, but pretty big distance between us and some of these shorter stacks, right? Like, we're in a strong spot. Wow. How do we want to play ace queen suited here? You can either go all in or call. I feel like it's probably strong enough to go all in here. Especially like 24 blinds deep or whatever. Don't want to see the queens. We need a heart or an ace. A little too late, says Jojo. Yo, we're back. We are back. All right, sweet. 3 tables. 162 opener day 1. 55 mini main event mystery bounty day 1. Almost on to day 2 in that one. And then the 530 mystery bounty main event day 1. In the 530, we chipped up to like 1.3 million from 1 million. So a little bit above starting, but still some work to do. Those are the 3 tables. We did win a tournament today. The 320 mystery bounty. Only 300 in bounties, but at the same time, we won the tournament, so you can't be too upset, you know? Can't be too upset. So let's make it happen, man. Let's make it count here. Too small to fold, actually, with the ace of spades there. Could have folded under the gun, though, sadly. King 3 off doing it again, bro. If you look up King 3 off the dictionary, you see a picture of nuts. Okay. All right, man. Okay. Whatever you say, brother. You know? They were a replay on break, yeah, but I mean it still holds. King 3 still holds, man. You know, there's still something to it. Rewatching Game of Thrones, yeah, I used to always watch the Game of Thrones after Sunday grinds. Honestly, it was on at this time of year too, so you would often get the Sunday episode after the poker grind was over. You know. Well, there. Day 2 is what day? June 2nd. June 2nd is day 2. So quite a ways away, but it'd be nice to lock this up early, you know? And then I don't need to grind out all the 55 day ones till the end of the series. Big three-way action here. Five, six suited. We call in the big blind. Flop a pair of sixes. Pretty good. 3 spades. Flopping middle pair as well. They bet 1/4. We're happy to continue. Oh, Josh Rutan dropping that resub. Congrats on the 320W. Keep printing. Thank you, brother. Appreciate the resub. Welcome back, Josh Rutan, you legend. Get some hearts out in the chat. Thank you, brother. It's very kind of you, man. How are you, man? What's going on with you? An overbet. Wow. So weird. Why overbet here? I don't know. They win, though. Here we go. Beautiful hand with the ace-king. We don't cover anyone for bounties, but it's a good opportunity to pick up some chips. Reg is still open for 2 minutes, actually, and then we'll play down to the final 15%. I think Chris has trash, but I'm going to go for a little block here on the end. Hopefully their trash doesn't contain a 5, but we will call. That is unfortunate. We can re-enter, yeah. I'm back in. I didn't think I was going to be playing any more tournaments today, but boom, I have 45 seconds to give this flight another go, so sure. All right, cool. We have... Oh, never mind. We have King Jack suited here. For some reason, I thought we had like Ace King or something, but no, this is a flat and take it to a flop. Really strong hand, King Jack suited, right? Definitely worth playing, but we don't need to play for it all in pre. And the flop is not so good for King Jack of diamonds, you know? Who are your top 3 Game of Thrones characters? Yeah, it's a good question, dude. I haven't thought about that show in such a long time. So we see a super tiny bet. We're getting 6-1. Continuing, we will, with the gutter. Interesting. I mean, Joffrey's pretty iconic as an evil guy. Jon Snow is easy to root for. What else? Yeah, I'll just stick with those two, let's say. Joffrey and Jon Snow. Like them both. Just booked Vegas for the first week of the WCP. Getting pretty excited. Nice, man. Have a great time. Hope you win all the tournaments, man. Chat, just tuning in. What's the current situation, says Hunter Vasquez on YouTube. We won the $320 mystery bounty for $3,300. Didn't really get any big bounties, but we won the tournament, so that's pretty good. We are down to the final 73 in the 530 mystery bounty main event. The top 30-something make day 2 and make the money, 32. Same thing in the 55, basically same spot. Top 35 make day 2 and make the money. And then there's a 162 flight where we have a starting stack. And that's what's up. That is what's up, man. Want to open this? Not quite. I think it's just a fold here. This one I think we can raise if Georgie folds. If Georgie opens, I like just folding this hand. Too many unknown questions behind and only 30 blinds deep, but they do fold, so we get to raise. Diogo puts us in the cage. Guess we call if they call, but they're not going to do that, are they? Pretty but not good enough. Ace Queen is definitely good enough. I think just jam is good. Ace Queen offsuit here for 31 blinds. You could also 3-bet call, but I like that better with Ace Queen suited. Ace Queen offsuit just doesn't flop as well, so ship it, take it, moving on. Fold to the river bet. Defeat the 9-7. Let's go. Beautiful. Gets us to 1.2 million. Kevin can either ruin our opportunity or save us. Nice. Ship it. Ship it with the beautiful ace-4 suited. Hope for a fold, but if we get a call, this hand's got decent equity against hands like kings or queens or jacks. And it's ahead of king-queen, which was good until we saw this flop. 3 or ace. 4 is not good enough, dude. Rip. Rip. All right. GG. $35 make day 2 and 32 make day 2 here. You know what? I think we're going to wrap it here. We played till in the money, but I think that's a good spot to close it down. It's mystery bounties as well, so the bounties start on day 2. I'm a little burnt. You guys are probably burnt out of watching, man. So thank you all so much for watching today. It's so great to get a victory. We're going to get that highlight edited up and probably out to you within the next week or so. And love and appreciate you all, man. So much fun. Probably going to be back to streaming tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to try and make that day 2 in the morning, so stay tuned for that. But if not, you can see me on Friday for the home game. You can see me next Sunday for sure, etc. You know, streaming a bunch for millions online. So thank you all so much for watching. Until next time, we'll see you later. Goodbye.